Let's see. Marks and traits of the cult guru. They do not typically like you doing well. What?
They are persecuting me. They do not have spiritual eyes to see. Therefore, they must take down what they do not understand.
That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. Oftentimes, the communal living that the guru demands doesn't match up to the guru who's driving around in a freaking Rolls Royce. What? How many swamis got a dang Rolls Royce? What?
I had vision last night. The ascended masters came down to me. They says, Swami, you are to get Rolls Royce.
That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. How many Rolls Royces you got? Get over there in that communal living. By the way, get out of my Rolls Royce. I heard he's got 14 Rolls Royces. And by Monday, he would have 15. That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby.
Mormon space wives, let's create lives. Mormon space wives, God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives, Mormon space wives. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola. I would like to have intimacies with you on the planet of Naboo. Mormon space wives. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Mormon space wives. Let's create lives. Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola. I would like to have intimacies with you on the planet of Naboo. Mormon space wives. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Mormon Space Wives. Space Era.
Woo! Welcome, everybody. We're about to go into that mode that you all love so much, debate mode. We like to bridge both hemispheres of the brain. The brain is a little bit of a microcosm of the galaxy. And so I bridge the gaps between the left and the right side of the brain, playing this intergalactic Mormon sex game. Don't try to set the frame. Maintain that Pepsi Gooner Maxing. It's fantastic. Bang. Still can't freestyle. Shoot. Shoot fire. Dang it. Freaking dang, eh? Shoot fire. We're going full schizo mode, you know. We were gonna go full schizo, you know, and then, I shoot, you know, then, the Jordan Peterson there showed up, and then we had the freaking, Trudeau's or whatever came over, and gosh darn it, Bobby Gollies. I got me dibble-dickers in a dick-a-duck-a-burr. What the heck is that? I don't even know. All right, I wanted to play the better, well, it's hard to say which one's better, but this one I always feel this when I play this. You know what I'm saying? This one got me feeling some type of way.
Space Wives.
I can sing on the road too. I'm on the road singing.
Let's create new lives. Mormon Space Wives.
Doctrine and Covenant.
Our God has a body. It's a very tone body.
I look good.
He looks good. Mormon Space Wives. Lords of Carla. Let me have intimacy with you on the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear fits so tight. Magic underwear feels so right. Mormon Space Wives. Creating new lives. Mormon Space Wives. Mormon Space
How can such a stupid song got me feeling so much type of way? It is kind of retorted how good that is, though. You know what I'm saying? What's up, y'all? Welcome. We even on the road. I still bring you the hits. I still bring you the open forums. And amazingly, it seems to be working. Cross your fingers. Cross your big boomer fingers that we don't have boomer tech problems. Welcome everybody. If you would hit like and share. Now, what's on the scene? What's the haps right now? What's happening? What's happening? Let's see. Well, a couple things crossed my desk today. I thought this was kind of funny. During Biden era, the CIA was engaged in the war on motherhood. What? Now, we're not going to be totally talking about geopolitics. Of course, you can request to speak, and we're going to go to the calls here in a moment. You can bring out whatever topics you want today. Today's pretty open. I want to know what y'all want to talk about. It could be atheism. It could be the Iran war. It could be Trunkadonk. It could be Jeffrey Badonkadonk, a.k.a. Jeffrey Dahmer. It could be Sammy the Bull Gravana. It could be Nirvana. It could be Courtney Loves. It could be atheism. It could be patristics. It could be philosophies. But listen, as we pointed out for so long, the CIA was never a conservative institution. It was never a right-wing institution. That's a leftist narrative that the CIA was a bunch of right-wing fascists. Now, their argument is that, well, they trained certain death squads. Yeah, but that's just geopolitics. That's pragmatic power politics. They're not committed to anything other than a form of Fabian socialist ideology. And here we have another example of this. Newly released CIA documents reveal that under Biden, the CIA identified motherhood and homemaking as indicators of cracker, racial, ethnically motivated extremism. I mean, just total, pure insanity bullshit. And anytime and then we had Mike Benz noted this, called attention to it. And then there's a trigger warning. Imagine being in intelligence and there's a trigger warning that says that this will discuss race, sex, and gender violence. So don't be triggered. How in the world can anyone analyze the real world from an intelligence perspective in intelligence when you're some sort of absolutely, totally dissociated from reality, woke, brainwashed person? It just doesn't, I mean, it's kind of insane actually. But this is literally the very thing that the Fabian socialists, it's not just them. There's other techniques and people involved. Rothschilds are behind Fabian socialism. And they were explicitly saying, yeah, we're going to set up an international technocracy. It's not Soviet. It's not Tiny Mustache Man. It's not any of those things. It's the merger of capitalism and socialism into the third way. And that will be the perfect vehicle for taking us into freaking faking gay dystopia, dude. And here you have supposedly the right-wing fascist CIA, which was never that. We've proven that from other intelligence writers discussing this, saying no, motherhood is white supremacy. Amazing. I mean, my mama was white, and when she had me, that was a form of supremacy. Oh, shit. Now, here's your boy over here. What's this dude's name? Pine Soy. Let's see what he said. What had he said?
Who is this nigga who loves porn more than life itself? This is Pine Sap. He's famous for going on Jubilee with sexual patriot Sarah Stock and Duranat. Then he became a base influencer and ran up a bag by saying he got fired when he was really unemployed. He also can't stop telling people about his addiction to porn.
You know, looking at this guy and his posting, and his whole identity online is like he's horrifically addicted to pornography. Bruh. And he like talks about this all the time.
As a sexual patriot, I don't really have a problem with this. But we don't know why he was gooning, and we don't even know what he was gooning to.
I mean, you know, whenever we're ready for that time, you know.
Do you think Pinesap had a hard time controlling himself?
Shit, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I feel it too, you know, being a sexual patriot, being a gooner maxing, but I'm more of a Pepsi maxer, if you know what I'm saying. Y'all know what I'm talking about? I mean, I know it's a little weird, but something about Pepsi's, not Coke, but just Pepsi's, man, just gets my juices flowing. It gets my love juices interacting with other chemicals. Okay. I know a lot of y'all won't understand this, but this is what I'm getting at. Okay. And a lot of people are saying that, you know, when Clavicular was over here helping out this boy, people was making fun of, don't make fun of this boy. This man is working. Okay. I go with the RuPaul philosophy. What did RuPaul say? Work, turn to the left, work, turn to the right, work, cover girl, give us a twirl, right? I'm full of RuPaul. I'm RuPaul maxing, okay? Now, why am I saying this? Well, Claviculars got to meet his top donor. And his top donor looked about like what you would think, right? A handsome little man, just a cute little dude, okay? What's wrong with being a cute little dude? Nothing. Nothing at all. Could he get a little bit of tips to help out? Yes. And thankfully, Clav is there to consult. Okay? Beauty consultant. E-Diva consultant. Basically, I do the same thing. All right, check this out.
What can I help you with? You want to start Looksmaxxing?
Hell yeah.
Uh,
I mean, he owns it. He's like, hell yeah. He's already Pepsi maxing. And that's what gets me off. All right. So y'all have heard me say, yeah, as a dude, I struggle with lust. Yeah. But it's not, you assume that it was lust for human beings. You assume that it was lust for beautiful women's. Did I say I lusted after beautiful women's? No. I lust after Pepsi like this man here. A lot of y'all don't understand it. It's a disease that we suffer from. We Pepsi max. So a lot of y'all were hating. Well, this man reached out to another fellow E-Diva, Clav, just to get some help. And it's the same with your boy Pinesap over here, right? He could have reached out, got some help. Because he seems like a Pepsi maxer too.
okay. Well, I would say that the best place to start would be with some sort of dental work, right?
I mean, I kind of feel like Clive missed the obvious here, because his man over here, Pepsi gooner maxing, maybe needs to clear out the Pepsis of his life first before working on some kind of jawline. Did he not see the forest through the Pepsi trees to help out here? Like, dude, before we go to plastic surgery, let's just cut out the Pepsis.
You've got a little, I can't really see from this far away, but you know, if you want to show me a little bit closer, we're either looking at some sort of dental gap between your front teeth or a missing tooth.
Dude's even cracking open a Pepsi in the conversation, and Clav went straight to frickin' I just freaking went blank. I gotta have my Pepsis, bro. Y'all thought all this time I was drinking espressos. That's a cover for Jamie to make me Pepsis. And he just went straight to plastic surgery. As dude is cracking open his freaking 40th Pepsi of the morning. I mean, this is like, you know, when I was coming up, this is what the drunk dudes in the neighborhood would do. The drunk dudes in the neighborhood, right? They would have a damn back of a truck full of Coors Lights, Michelobs, as some say. They would have a bunch of damn, remember Red Dog beers, just packed up, filled up in the back of the trunk of their truck. because they was alcoholics. And this man has this problem with Pepsis right here in everybody's face, and Clav missed it. So basically what I'm saying is I'm a better beauty consultant than your boy Clav.
So you're gonna have to tell me which it is. Which is it? The first?
It's apocalyptic, dog. Your girlfriend wants to go to freaking TJ Maxx, okay? While everybody's over here doing Tard Max, okay? This is the end of the world. It's apocalypse. This clip right here is literally in the book of Revelations, okay? I know it's not the book of Revelations. I like to talk like Protestant gurus, though. In the book of Revelations, it says that Jesus will return after the Pepsi maxing of the Antichrist comes to full fruition. And when he who shall not be named, aka Clav himself, speaketh forth as one of the two witnesses of the end times, the two prophets of the book of Revelation, when they speak forth against the Pepsi Gooner maxing that does occur, then shall be the trumpet and the bowl of judgments. And then shall come the scroll judgments. And that scroll, you know, so you could roll that up. That scroll, roll that up. Roll that scroll up. Put a little bit of tobacco in there. Put a little bit of weed in there. Roll that scroll up. That's the end of the world, right? This is the end of the world, bro. Come on. I myself am now Tard Maxing. You can see that even watching this clip literally just made me Tard Max. I wasn't planning on that. I'm over here just trying to be serious. Talk about freaking intelligence agencies. Are you serious? Dude, the world is over here watching a freaking micro machine gub snail man talk to freaking a RuPaul man over here. So I think I'm not reading the room. Right. We went on Sam Tripoli's podcast, and Sam said, God, read the room. God, read the room. I'm not reading the room. I assume that people are not Tard Maxing, but they are. And it just rubbed off on me. I just Tard Maxed accidentally. Jamie, I'm Tard Maxing unintentionally. Because I played a clip of Clav and Gub Machine, Micro Machine Snail Man's, and the dude is cracking Pepsis with a army of Pepsis around him. And Clav says to fix yourself, he says plastic surgery. He missed the forest for the Pepsi trees. How about stop drinking Pepsi, number one, before you go to Bruce Campbell in Escape from LA. All right. We got it. Okay. That's my news of the week, was just two retarded stories. This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. That's the news. And then I guess there's a war going on. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but the real news was, how come Clav didn't tell that dude to stop drinking Pepsis? I mean, that's the shit I'm concerned with. That's my two news stories: is Clav and the CIA saying that being a mom is white supremacist. Oh, and I forgot Pines. By the way, dude, I was the one. I made a freaking Chills video years. I've done Chills impression for like 10 years, and I swear, my impressions, they never pop off. They're good. We all know they're good. Even I got two professional comedian men to admit my impressions are good. Jamie Kennedy, Sam Tripoli, they're professional comedian men. And then you got this dude over here doing a not that good Chills. Number 7. In the next clip, a man named Pine Soy describes his addiction to certain things to goon. I hope that he is no longer a gooner maxing. Number 4. Anyway. I did not know this. Speaking of Mormon space wives, apparently Michael Aquino's first wife was Mormon, which again suggests an underground satanic connection amongst Mormonism, which we saw with the Hamblin case out in the open for the last couple of years. Everybody's talked about that in the conspiracy sphere. And I would say, well, this is another interesting indicator, perhaps, of something going in that direction with Michael Aquino marrying a Mormon woman. Interesting. Mormonism is Satan. It's a satanic sex cult that is as crazy as Islam, right? Muhammad Smith, bro. Muhammad Smith. Now, another vindication before we open it up to you guys' calls. Of course, I've already known this, but the Daily Mail we've talked about this for years and years and years, put it in my first book, 2016. Geoengineering now admitted, another CIA declassification. Yeah, of course, we manipulate the weather and we spray the skies with various particulate for various reasons. Oh, yeah, called geoengineering, which I talked about in 2007, 8, put it in my book in 2016. Oh, but even still to the normies, this doesn't exist. No, it exists. Now, Harrison Smith, when we were on with Harrison, brought also to my attention
The Eagle 2
this thing called the Eagle 2 document. And this is new to me. I'm pretty proficient when it comes to deep state documentation, white papers, and all that. But, there's almost always some nugget, some jewel admission text that pops up that's brand new. Now, I don't think this is brand new, but this is one that Harrison mentioned when we were on the show. I was like, I'm not familiar with that one. I usually know these. So let's let Harrison explain what this is and comment on it, react to it, and then we'll go to the calls.
It purports to be from the Federal Bureau of Investigation to Senator Edward Kennedy, classification top secret, written on July 7th, 1989. During the tenure of Richard Helms as director of the Central Intelligence Agency, decisions were made by the director with implied approval of the Oval Office to draft a blueprint and put into motion a plan by which the CIA could have as much funds as and when needed without the knowledge of Congress. The 5 experts picked were Edward Lansdale, who ran the CIA activities in Vietnam, William Colby, who was put in total command of the blueprint operation when enacted, George Bush, who asked to receive approval to have his top aide Richard Armitage to be brought aboard, and Lieutenant Colonel Robert Ferreira, a top CIA asset. The master plan called for the CIA to enter into the drug smuggling business in total and complete fashion. General Lansdale would handle all the distribution network.
Now, Harrison has packed in quite a bit there, but that is fully in line with everything that we read in the various Gladio texts. So this does not at all seem outlandish or incorrect. This seems to line up perfectly with everything in the Gladio stuff. And so really it's just the same information, but called different things. I was not aware, though, that this was a document that purports to say, allegedly, that there is an unlimited, infinite black budget fund. But that is really what Gladio and the Vatican Bank connection was all about. It was using these secretive banks to launder money to fund black ops that's not under any congressional approval or oversight. That just makes it easier to do the black ops. But as you guys know, we are right now lecturing through Burton Hirsch's book, The Old Boys, and we are almost halfway. And the last couple chapters dealt with this very topic as well. Black budget funding. We talked about the OPC, the Operation for Policy Coordination, being based on the black ops of the British intelligence operatives in X2, namely Ian Fleming and others, and then how the British really taught people like Frank Wisner the techniques of doing this sort of backdoor funding. Obviously, Colby comes in later on because he takes the Rome desk of the CIA from James Jesus Angleton before him. And this is also where we get the alliances between the CIA and the Zionists, what would become the Mossad. So this is all 100% in line with everything we've been reading lately.
Working collection services within the military in Vietnam. See, this is why all the veterans came back addicted to heroin, because they were sold it by the CIA. The operation was given the name Eagle 2. Here's where it gets crazy, folks. Before the operation was really off the ground, Colby started his phase of elimination of dissidents, and he did so under the code name of the Phoenix Program. Colby became insane with his power, and before he was finished with Phoenix...
Dude, this freaking stupid-ass TikTok horror music is driving me insane. I feel like I'm getting lost in the... I mean, you know you're going full Rosemary's Baby when you've got ahs and la-las. How do we know when the Antichrist will be born? Well, if you hear those sounds, those chants, there's a good chance that an Antichrist baby is being birthed, is being pooped out. Jamie, when are you going to poop out a baby? That's what we, every one of these podcasts that we've been on this podcast tour, I have been cracking up. Like, the conversations get to the point where I'm about to, literally in every one of them, almost cry. Like when we were on with the Hodge twins and we were talking about Africa, he was saying,
Well, they didn't even have in Africa. You go back to Africa versus Rome, and they didn't even have what you call it.
And I said, shapes? They didn't have shapes yet. And then we were about to cry over that. And then when we got to Sam Tripoli's podcast yesterday, and Sam Tripoli was talking about villains are all villains because they have X-shaped penises, which that was funny. And then we started talking about women pooping out babies. And anyway, just stupid ass shit, but it was super funny for some reason. And then on the Jamie Kennedy podcast, right in the middle of a serious conversation, a moth enters the room, and Jamie Kennedy just flipped out. He was flipping out over this moth because it just kept flying like right by his face and then flying away right back by. So I hope they leave all that in there because I've been just dying and laughing nonstop. And we're trying to have these serious podcasts about like the darkest stuff in the world, and then at the same time as the most retarded stuff is happening, and we're talking about the most retarded stuff.
Over 20,000 suspects were executed, and over 2,500 U.S. citizens were accused by Colby of being collaborators, and they vanished. That was too close to all being made public, so Helms, who in the meantime had formed a totally strong relationship with Baron Philip du Daphne, who represented the real capital of the world, the Roth.
And by the way, this is all exactly what's in the biography of the Rothschilds. It's in the Burton Hirsch book. I mean, much of this, I don't think the Burton Hirsch book mentions Rothschilds, but it does mention the international banking establishment being behind a lot of this stuff. So again, this is like perfect. Good job on this, Harrison.
Child Empire decided to stop Operation Eagle 2 and start another clandestine money-making operation and leave Japan. Baron du Daphne, by the way of information, later took complete control of the international organization, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, headquartered in Paris, France.
And the OECD is the OSS CIA-connected institution that helped to establish the EU. So this is essentially the birth of the EU as well.
This is how the deep state works. This is how it was formed. This is what we mean when we talk about the intelligence community being international, it being co-opted and actually controlled by people that aren't technically in office of CIA.
And by the way, this is exactly all of the Epstein files literally illustrate every single point to a T that Harrison is making here that we're arguing.
Shadow controllers. If you're a guy and your wife manages all of the money, how are you going to cheat on her? How are you going to go have a nice steak dinner with your mistress if your wife's going to start asking questions about the $200 bill on the next credit card statement? What you need to do is go do a little something on the side to get some cash of your own so you can pay for your nefarious activities outside of the oversight of the money manager.
So essentially, giant black market slush funds is what this is. But now we have a name to put to the OSS CIA black market drug running via Rothschild associated networks. And he's saying that is Eagle 2. H. Brosy says for $5, me saying that your impressions are good holds far more weight than any of these stupid comedians. Well, that's true. However, although Sam Tripoli does not do impressions, Jamie Kennedy is really good at impressions and always has been. And you know, if you watched not just like the movies and stuff, but like when he did Jamie Kennedy Experiment, a lot of the characters that he plays when they're doing the spoofs and the pranks, you know, are essentially variations on impressions. So Jamie Kennedy is very much an impression artist, you could say. Triple Eight is not into impressions, but we had a good time with it. Anyways, Tard Maxer says for $10, Jay, get Sam to put you on Fish Tank. You need to silence these mud slime retard Bashir on here. He's talking mad shit about you anyway. Bashir? I don't even know. Is that Muslim? Dude, I've never watched. I mean, I've watched clips of Fish Tank, but I'm not on Fish Tank. But any of the Muslim Tard Maxers are free to call in. Giovanni says for $5, my boy, I got blocked from sending super chats. I can't send super chats. Help out a black queen. Let's see. Giovanni. Is this Giovanni Ribisi? Let me see if I can unblock this boy right here. Oh, I have to find your profile. Okay, I'll try to look and find the profile later and do that. David Echo, $10. Hey, man, can you do the Hodge twins watching the Super Bowl with a cameo of Little John and Bill Cosby?
Look at that right there. Who that is? This a Hodge. Yeah, this a Hodge twin. We about to watch the Super Bowl. Well, hold up. That Little John, is that Big Cosby? He should call his name Big Cosby. That way he could be the same as Little John, but different because he's big. So you got Little John, and then you got Big Cosby.
I told him, by the way, I said, y'all are Fat Albert. Y'all are two Fat Alberts. But now they're not fat, so it didn't really work. But Flavius, $10. Has BS called in yet? Who's BS? There's an actual person who wants to call in called BS. Had bullshit called in yet? Let's see. Poop person, what's up? This is going to be a good one right away. Poop person. Unmute. Poop person, unmute. Yeah, unmute, dude. You're raising your hand. Unmute.
What up?
Can
you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Jay, I'm going to boil it down for you. It all comes down to Saturn worship.
What does?
Everything.
Everything.
So, Islam, Judaism, Freemasonry, which the Mormons, the Scientologists, the Jehovah's Witnesses are all based on Freemason Kabbalah, which is just Jewish Kabbalah. The prophet Kurt Metzger told me this.
Okay, now I know you're trolling. Kurt Metzger ain't a prophet.
He's the best prophet we got at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, good. Thank you for that. That was amazing. And Athanasius, what's up? Dude's calling in with poop names, calling Kurt Metzger a prophet. By the way, the Kurt Metzger podcast is going to drop. That was a wild one too. I don't know when it's going to drop, but that was a fun one. The comedian podcasts are the funnest to do. What's up, Athanasius?
Hey, Jay, how are you doing today?
I'm well. What's up, man?
Hey, I was just reading up on theandric operation, and I was just confused on it. I was wondering if you can help me out.
Well, I mean, theandric means God-man. So the God-man is a single entity that's acting, even though he has two parts, you could say, a human part and a divine part to him. So any of the actions are actions attributed to a theandric person.
So, okay, what was getting confused for me is that are both natures or wills interacting at the same time? Like,
yes,
when Jesus is walking around Galilee, the divine nature is also acting alongside the human nature.
There's a perfect synergy of the human nature, the human will, and the human energy with the divine. And that's why you have, for example, St. Cyril says that everything he does divinely in a human way and everything he does humanly in a divine way. So there's a perfect synthesis between the two.
Okay. So Another question, if you don't mind.
Excuse me, a perfect synergy, I meant to say.
Oh, okay. I just had one more question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, when the Monophysites or the Miaphysites, when they say that, when Cyril says that they're working together in sort of like a theandric. I mean, I know they don't believe in theandric, I don't think at least. But when they're working together in union, I mean, you can stop me if I'm wrong. That wouldn't their idea wouldn't work because is that it sort of mixes them together, and so that neither one of them's actually working in its full. It's just sort of a half and half deal.
Yeah, their position constantly goes back and forth between saying that there is a blended new third nature and that there is a human and a divine component. So it can't be all of those at once. So you either have to have distinct two natures, two wills, and two energies, because of the Orthodox position, will and energy are signifiers or indicators of nature. And so if there's two natures, human and divine, then there has to be two wills and two energies. And they are confused because they will admit that about the Trinity, that there's one will and one energy in the Trinity because there's one nature. And then when you apply the same principle to Christology, they suddenly say, no, it no longer applies. And that's one of the key problems.
Okay. Thank you. Those are just some of the questions that I had because I was going through it and I just got to a point where I got really confused.
It's okay. I mean, I would say at this point, what you ought to read would be Maximus's Dispute with Purists, that little 100-page book, because it's really good at addressing this. Now, Ruzik, what's up, man? Now, Ruzik. Unmute. Hush Tones, $5. There's a white Muslim on Fish Tank. He mentions you. Okay, so just a complete idiot, in other words. I mean, you have to be super dumb to be a white Muslim, so I would love for him to call in. Noah, $5. Thank you for the company while I'm in Jersey. I'm turnpike maxing while you talk about Mr. Pepsi Man. Well, hopefully you don't goon max while you're on the turnpike. Then we would have a problem. Okay, Naruzik's having a hard time connecting. American Renaissance, what's up? Then we'll go to you, Peter. Okay, dude, chill out. I'll see your little kitty cat profile. America, what's up?
Yo, Jay, how you doing?
Good, what's up, dude?
Yo, I have a question or a proposal for anybody who's trying to debate the Trinity with the Muslims. Yeah, has anybody ever tried to use the atom comparison for the Trinity to help the Muslims understand the Trinity?
What's the atom comparison?
You know, the atoms, electron, neutron, and protons. You know, they're both in one atom, but both, operate the same.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, but the problem is that they really have a hard time grasping that something can be one and many at the same time. Even when you explain it in a very simple way about created objects, they still can't get it. I mean, it's like if you saw the Gnostic informant debate, it was the same situation with him. He just couldn't get it. It's like something can be one and many in different ways and in different senses. And that's what we say about the Trinity. God is one and truly one in different ways and in different senses. And he's many in different ways and different senses. And if you can get them to understand that it's the same dilemma with Allah and his attributes, that seems to work pretty well. But they always just say, but Allah is not three persons. Yeah, we know that you're not saying Allah is three persons. We're saying that the metaphysical problem for persons is the same as for attributes, you see. But good idea. Amir, what's up? You could try it out, see if it works. But I mean, it's literally the same conversation that I have with Muslims on that is what you have with if you saw the Gnostic informant debate. It's the exact same discussion. No, how could something be one and many? That's parts, though. Yeah, I know it's parts. I'm not saying God has parts, but I'm saying that something can be one and many in the mundane realm, right? So why is it a problem for God to be one and many? What's up, Amir?
Hi.
What's on your mind,
How
dog?
you doing?
Good. How are you?
I was gonna have a different question, but since the subject is open now,
Sure. Whatever you want.
on the problem of one and many, I do believe, so for instance, when you say the problem of one and many, you might be using language to miscategorize. So
I mean, it's a classic problem all the way back to Plato and
so for
Menestheus.
instance, when we say Allah is one and he's got the attributes of, can you hear me?
Yeah. How could I be mischaracterizing it? What's a classic philosophical problem back to Plato? Amir, are you there? I say we had a Muslim. I was so excited. We finally got one.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mike?
All right, he dropped out. Now, Ruzi, you want to try again? Amir, if you can get back in here, call back in. We'll go back to you, and then we'll go to Peter. Naruzik and then Peter. All right. Nobody can connect. Peter, what's up? Peter, I'm mute.
Hey Jay, what's going on?
Hey.
So quick question for you. I actually have two questions. First, so I've watched a lot of your debates on PSA. I'm a big fan of, I'm an Orthodox convert from growing up with PSA, but I grew up with a different idea of what PSA is, and I'm not sure if a lot of Protestants or Presbyterians in a lot of respects know what PSA is.
When you say different from who? I mean, what do you mean?
I guess I always grew up with the idea of God doesn't damn anybody, right? So, but I've heard a lot of arguments.
Well, hold on. How are you a classical reformed person when every classical reformed confession teaches eternal damnation? So what do you mean?
Right. So I'm saying from the lens of how I grew up in the CREC. I know you're a big Word MP3, or you used to be big on Word MP3. My pastor started Word MP3 way back in the day. He's the pastor I grew up with. But that
okay. So you're saying you grew up in the Doug Wilson denomination?
I grew up in the
okay.
Yes, I grew up in the made up, the fabricated denomination from Doug Wilson.
Okay.
But the way that they teach it there is that the Father's not damning anybody.
Mm-hmm.
That Jesus is just going willingly, right? But I think
but it really wouldn't matter. Just to stop you for a second there, like that really wouldn't substantially matter, because no matter how you try to flesh out the implications, because every time you bring this up to Reformed Calvinist people, they try to go in different directions. So you either have a damning that is equivalent to rejection by the Trinity or by the Father, which would require Nestorianism. So if Jesus is merely a human nature that is rejected by the triad, then now you split Christ and you violated multiple ecumenical councils and the unity of his hypostatic personhood. Or you can go in the direction of the Father, rejecting the Son. Now, every time we bring this up, they say, well, Jesus wasn't damned in the sense of being rejected. He willingly went through that. Well, so he willingly went through being rejected? I mean, it just restates the thing.
Right, yeah. And I guess, like, in the respects of, I've gotten into several heated debates in my home because me converting to Orthodoxy has kind of set flames in the eyes of,
gotcha.
The doctrines that I'm going against.
Sure.
But I brought up that no matter how you view PSA, if you view it as a classical reformer or you view it in the sphere of the, Douglas Wilson side of things.
Right.
Either way, it splits the hypostatic union.
Yes. Either Jesus is a divine person getting damned, the second person of the Trinity gets damned, or there's a human nature that is the subject of wrath and rejection and damnation, which is Nestorian. So either way, it's a death trap.
Right. Yeah. And then I guess my other question, that answers that. I guess my other question is, in terms of the whole war going on right now in Iran, the geopolitical sphere kind of seems to be a little more on the, it's very heated, obviously. In terms of there being a draft, do you think there's a foreseeable draft within the next, I don't know?
I have a really weird view on this. I don't actually think drafts exist. I think they're an AI creation. But I don't even see how giraffes have anything to do with the Iran war anyway. There's no giraffes in Iran.
Right. Yeah. I saw the I forget her name, but some spokesperson.
I was making a joke,
Trump
dude.
was-
It sounded like you said giraffe. And
Yeah, no.
I like how you just blew past the joke, and he's like, "I'm not even gonna acknowledge this stupid ass joke."
It just went right over.
It sounded like you said giraffe, and I'm like, "No, dude. I'm you know, some people don't. Some people think birds aren't real. I think giraffes aren't real, dude. Just freaking look at them. Have you ever seen a horse? It's a freaking horse that the AI like extended the neck on. That's not real. Come on."
I agree. No, I don't think giraffes are real.
I'm kidding. I don't know about a draft, although you know, I wouldn't put it past Big Don to try to go to something like that.
Well, if that happens, my priest has a place. My priest is from Macedonia, and he kind of told me I could just move to Macedonia.
He's got an underground bunker that you could live in, a silo that you could live in. What's that movie with Christopher Walken and Jamie?
No clue.
Blast from the Past with Brendan Fraser and Christopher Walken. It's actually a really funny movie, but he builds a bunker, and they live down there because he thought the Cold War was gonna. He thought everybody was getting nuked, and then like from the 1960s or 70s, and then they come out like in the 90s, and so it's a pretty funny movie actually. It's not bad for like a 90s goofy stuff. But okay, before we go to Amir, I did want to mention. So he's yeah. If you want to avoid the draft, I would not want to fight wars for Israel. So yeah, fly to Macedonia and live in a silo underground for 30 years. What's up, FDA?
Hey, did you guys see Cleve had me on towards the latter half?
Yeah, that's why I shared it, because
yeah.
I mean, I don't like anybody else on there, just like you. No, I'm joking, Alex. I'm joking, Cleve. I'm joking, Father Stephen.
Father Stephen the Young had pointed to, because you're going to see this with the Orthodox Latinizers. They play that word game. Well, we should be able to use this, but that's not what I mean. I have a different version than Calvin and the Reformers. And Father Stephen the Young rightfully pointed out, it doesn't matter if you change the notion of those words and stuff to what they're doing. It ends up in the same way. So even if Christ isn't damned, I just saw, that, the wrath of the Father's poured upon. Well, that splits the wills. Number two, and then this guy says, well, it's from the entire Trinity.
Yeah, so now you're an historian. Good job.
Yeah, so it's...
Now you split the natures of Christ.
It's not and then this guy was... what was he saying?
By the way, that would require Jesus being a human subject, too, to be a subject to receive the wrath. Because it doesn't make any sense for an impersonal nature to receive the wrath. So, again, they don't understand that...
The wrath, because I asked him... I was basically asking him, is it caused from God? Right? Because we can speak about wrath, like... There are quotes from the fathers that talk about Christ receiving wrath, but that just means taking on our...
That means he took on the fallen state to undergo the severance of his human will from his human body.
So then it says, well,
of human soul from his human body.
Insofar as that God allows it.
Yeah, but again, even if that was the case, it's super devastating to admit that the human nature is some sort of subject that receives this, because that would require a Nestorian dual hypostatic, dual person Christology, which is again every one of these angles. Go ahead.
You're trying to get around this stuff,
right?
And they're trying to sneak in some Latin version and even Protestant kind of ideas behind this, changing the words and be like, oh, you see, it's the God, the Trinity allows it to happen, and Christ willfully takes it on, and that's the wrath. But the thing is, it ends up in the same place.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter how you change those words.
Right.
Unless you understand it, and this is the key. Pull up one living bishop or priest that says what these guys say.
No,
and here's the other question we always bring up. Okay, so we're arguing about the fathers. They're saying, I'm right, all the priests and bishops who are alive are wrong because they're modernist. Well, how in their ecclesiology is this solved?
It's just stupid on so many levels.
They're Protestants because, well, you know what? apart from the epistemic issue, the clergy, the bishops, and the synods hold normative authority and bind you on. So congratulations, you're a Protestant. So even
No,
if
they've
you
always,
come to
they're
quote,
still
correct
Protestants.
interpretation,
Right.
you're not Orthodox.
Well, again, they don't, but yeah, exactly. The whole ethos is wrong, which this is the easy indicator for people that don't understand the theology, right? Let's say you don't understand the theology, it's confusing, it's deep. I'm not going to go read all these reformers to see what their position is. Okay, well, just understand that like none of the clergy teach this. Like it's that easy. So I want to know.
You can make an appeal. Suppose, and Father Deacon Ananias has been wrong 2 times in his life, but suppose I'm wrong on this. I'm still your authority and I bind it. Now we have appeals. It means you can go like a court above me. And then the priest could be wrong. The bishop, but there's a court of appeals, right? It's still law. Until it's appealed to, you still have to hold to it. These people, that's what just shows they're thoroughly Protestant.
Yes. Now, guys, so...
Oh, Alex is in there too, so he
right.
can chime in too.
Yeah, he can. Just 1 second. So I want people to understand, I've been making this argument, and I'm not the first to make this. People made this before me, sure, even from the Catholic perspective against the Protestant reformers. But I started making this argument back in 2007 and 8. And I went and I collected a bunch of Protestant people, theologians, systematic theologians, Calvinists, Lutherans, admitting that the Son was damned, condemned, cut off, rejected, etc., etc., etc. And you can see here in this blog, now it says Nick's Catholic blog, a little bit of history here. All of these quotes are from me. I got all these together. I used to be friends with a guy named Nicholas El Hodge, a Lebanese Catholic dude. And he wrote this blog post, which is still very useful, very accessible. Was Jesus damned in your place? And if you scroll through this, you will see John Piper. This is a black Calvinist dude in Nigeria, I think. Lorraine Bettner. Every Calvinist knows who Lorraine Bettner is. Classic Calvinist book. John MacArthur. John MacArthur again. Here's John Calvin in the Institutes talking about Christ undergoing this punishment. Spiritual punishment. Which would be what? What would that be? Here's Charles Hodge saying it. Here's J.I. Packer saying it. These are Reformed luminaries. Here's Wayne Grudem saying it. He wrote a famous Calvinist systematic theology from Southern Baptist Seminary. Here is R.C. Sproul saying it. Here's John Piper saying it. C.J. Mahaney saying it. So all of these Reformed luminaries, and by the way, there's another article at this website that has Luther saying it. I think it's, let's just go back to Nick's. I think it's this one. Here's one specifically about John Piper. Let's see. I know there's Luther quotes somewhere because I've copied and pasted the Martin Luther quotes on this in the past. And if I recall, Luther says something like, yeah, Jesus didn't literally go to hell, but during the time on the cross, he experienced the equivalence of eternal damnation. I think that's the way Luther frames it. So it's true that each of these different reformers and theologians kind of gets creative and tries to come up with a unique kind of interpretations of this. But what's not really disputed is, as Father Stephen DeYoung was arguing in you guys' podcast the other day, what's being argued is actually that there's an equivalence exchange that's necessary for PSA. In other words, if we're going to get his righteousness, he has to take the wrath due to us. Oh, okay, well, is the wrath due to us just physical death? And they all say, no, it's spiritual death. Oh, okay, eternal damnation, isn't it? I mean, that's the classic PSA model, whether it's Luther or Calvin, or Peter Vermigli. Okay, well then, in some sense, for this stupid model to work, Jesus has to be rejected by God. And you either say it's the Trinity being split, with the second person being damned by the Father. By the way, just from basic Trinitarian theology, this makes absolutely no sense. Does that mean that the Father and the Spirit no longer indwell the Son? So you no longer have perichoresis? Does this mean that they no longer have the same will? So now there's multiple wills in the Trinity? It's just stupid on so many levels. And it's just like the other problems with the Monophysites. All of these positions flow from, listen very carefully, not distinguishing nature, person, will, and energy in the Trinity. Period. Every one of these will flow from, the Orthodox position will flow from nature, person, will, energy. That's why the Monophysites have to say, by the time of Severus, oh no, actually in Christology, we don't make the Trinitarian distinction nature, person, will, and energy. It's no longer reflexive between Trinity and incarnation. Why? To save their position. For Calvinists, oh, right, no longer is nature, person, will, energy distinct in the Trinity because the Son is damned. Okay, what does that mean? The human nature is damned, so now he's a human subject that's damned. And by the way, how does a damning of a human created particular body and soul, how does that pay off an infinite debt? Oh, well, he's infinitely righteous. Yeah, but the human nature is a created thing. So it's still not an equivalence exchange. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, go ahead.
Stephen pointed out, and that's works-based salvation.
It is works-based. And also, well, actually for the Calvinists, so they believe in the covenant of grace and the covenant of works. So for them, Jesus fulfills the covenant of works. And I wrote an essay on this, by the way, about 15 years ago, about how, oh, so now the created temporal merits are what save you? And if you get really precise, a lot of Calvinists will say, yes, Jesus' created temporal merits save us. And they'll say, well, and it's because he's a divine son. Oh, okay. But it's the created temporal works that save us through fulfilling the covenant of works, right? Oh, yes, that is correct. Oh, so you believe in created grace.
Yeah.
And so now they're in the created grace problem, which if you read Palamas debating the Barlaymite, he says, well, now, wait a minute. So we're saved by a creature? Because that's just another form of Arianism. The reason the fathers rejected Arianism is because how could a creature save us? Okay, we'll just transfer that into the works situation. How can created works save us? And now you've got the Calvinist right there. Cleve, what's up? And then we'll go to Alex. And then we'll go to Amir the Muslim.
What's up, Jay?
What's up, dog?
Yeah, hey, I wanted to add in one thing I noticed with a lot of Latinizer guys is they'll like, well, first off, they're all anonymous accounts, most of them, but they'll just blast quotes. If you actually examine the quotes that they blast out, a lot of times these guys are doing like AI translations,
exactly,
or they're adding and changing words, which is absolutely insane. Or when they try to cite like people who are still living, I noticed this the other day. I think it was Orthodox Ensign or something. He's a Latinizer guy on Twitter, an anonymous account. He was trying to quote Father John Whitford as a Latinizer. He said that he taught like original guilt and all this other stuff. Somebody pinged him, and he chimes. He's like, "I do not teach PSA."
Of course not. Nobody does.
He cleared it up like
these people are like the Muslims. They can't understand that a word can mean different things in different contexts. Is that?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a great point. By the way, another person who was causing quite a bit of a problem in the Discord over the last 2 years is apparently now going into schism in terms of the schismatic so-called Orthodox. And this is exactly what we warned would happen when you decide that all the clergy are now apostate and modernist, and I'm going to fix orthodoxy as a 20-year-old dude who just converted because I read these memes, these meme quotations, and I'm going to correct all the clergy. This is a recurring pattern, and they always end up going in the same direction.
Hey, remember that? Can't even remember. It was years ago. But we had somebody arguing with us years back that said they knew Greek and they were a Greek scholar, and we found out they were using AI.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And this is what Talon does. He does the exact same thing. It's like these people who are like 15, 16, 17, 18, they have no problem lying. They just lie. They're like, yeah, I'm a scholar.
On stream when he was site checking one of these meme quotes like live, and he just Googled it. He just inserted it into Google, and there was like not even like tangential results. There were absolutely zero results.
Yeah.
Literally not even one result for the quote that he put into Google. And they're reaching a state of absurdity now to where they're quoting like Father John Whiteford, even Father Josiah.
Well, that's all dishonest. That's straight up lies.
Yeah, Father Josiah attended like the top Calvinist seminary in the country. He is not teaching PSA. He knows better than any of these guys what PSA is. As the hubris is like incredible. It's really unreal.
Yeah, so none of these people are actually Orthodox, right? They're like 17-year-old. They're like 17-year-old furries, basically.
Yeah. Did we bring this up in the stream? I can't remember because I came in halfway too. But they want to put this obviously in a forensic legal category. And some guy was arguing with me today that, well, he broke the moral law, so yeah, it is in a legal category rather than an ontological category. But I was thinking about an argument. I can't wait if we brought this up. Doesn't that make it necessary that God punishes? And so God doesn't have free will? If it's a legal category, right, when you're cashing this stuff out, now we could talk about the moral. I was saying, well, I mean, there's laws of essences and laws moral. Like, it depends what you mean. So they're being very vague what they mean. But what they're trying to get you, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that there must be a necessity of like a just desserts. The justice must be satisfied at like a statutory level.
Yeah,
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Jay was mentioning those quotes earlier, and because a certain supposed Dr. Jordan Cooper went and made a video disparaging me to his 80,000 subscribers and like disparaging my character after just going back and forth in like 5 tweets. I guess that's an assessment enough for him to discern whether or not I'm worth engaging with. But they end up taking this like weird ecumenist, like pan-Protestant approach where it's like, oh, really? We're all just trying to say the same thing. We're just using different language. And it's like, no, like you said, Father Deacon, they're imposing a necessity on God. Like their entire framework is different. And I think you made the point in the stream too, that PSA does presuppose some form of nominalism.
Mm-hmm.
And like the entire scheme is falsely premised on this like very shaky philosophical scaffolding that nobody would have had when they
This is the argument I've been making. Yeah, exactly, Alex. I've been making this argument for a long time. I'm not trying to be to my horn, but I read this in Heiko Oberman, who was a Lutheran scholar who wrote Harvest of Medieval Theology, and that's analyzing from a Lutheran scholarly perspective the influences on Martin Luther's own idea of a purely legal transition for justification, and basically, you know, in some of the similar veins of what Alistair McGrath argues, he says you have to actually just adopt Gabriel Bile and William of Occam's nominalism to even have the framework to say that there's no actual change in the person that results in justification or the change in legal status. It's only on the basis of Christ's righteousness being imputed to their bank account to change their legal status and disposition towards God. But the problem is that nobody in the ancient and medieval world had that type of nominalist perspective. That alone is devastating. I actually brought this up too in my debate with Ruslan in the second half of our podcast. I just kept explaining that to him, and he never got it. I'm not trying to be rude, but Ruslan doesn't know what nominalism is, so it's just sort of like, okay, what does that mean? Like, you know, people don't understand that you can't just go to the Bible and read the text and understand the Greek, like James White says, without having the context of the development of theology for the next 2,000 years and what even Roman Catholics were critiquing the reformers about a long time. I first read that critique, actually, I think, from a Catholic who was saying, you really have to have some kind of nominalism to get, you know, Luther's purely juridical transition perspective.
Yeah. Well, I think that's one of the absurdities of accepting penal substitutionary atonement as a model. Is one of the logical entailments is imputed righteousness. But even Protestant scholars will admit that that's not present in the first 1,000 years of the church. Like McGrath had admitted as much. So, I mean, you're basically acknowledging that you're accepting a novelty, and you're trying to kind of force that back into the language of the church fathers of the first 1,000 years of the church.
Nate Argo says, Jay, you are so wrong about this. Okay, cool. Nate, call in and let's talk about it. Tell me where specifically Heiko Oberman is wrong. Tell me where Alistair McGrath is wrong. And give me some examples of nominalism in the first 1,000 years of Christianity. Because if there's not, then that's a problem. Victor Ziegler, $10. Jay, your philosophy course is actually awesome. In fact, class is in session. I'm at the metaphysics section right now, and I'm learning so much. Thank you for all of that. Now, guys, thank you so much for reminding me. I always forget to promote the philosophy course. And here's the link. It is in the show description, by the way, at the Autonomy Agora Marketplace, which is Richard Grove's outlet. Richard was kind enough to help record this entire philosophy course. It's 12 lectures beginning with the pre-Socratics all the way up to moderns and postmoderns, Nietzsche and postmodernism, I think is where we capped it off. But it's 26 hours of lecture material, including Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, who makes an appearance on the Epistemology course, Father Vladimir Kadanov, who makes an appearance on the Aesthetics course. So everybody really loves this class. I know it's a little bit pricey in terms of what people think courses are, but this is actually half of the cost of a college class. No, you don't get credit for it, but you get a better education looking at the history of Western philosophy from an Orthodox perspective. So that's the advantage.
Credit in heaven.
You get credit in heaven. You fulfill the covenant of works by taking this course. If you're interested in a Trinitarian Orthodox assessment of the history of Western philosophy. So, and to be fair, I got the idea for this class from Greg Bahnsen, because Dr. Bahnsen did do a really good history of Western philosophy course that I want to say was like 30 or 40 lectures. It is really good, but obviously there's going to be some pretty significant flaws and shortcoming with a Calvinist assessment of the history of Western philosophy. So I tried to one-up old Dr. GB by doing it from an Orthodox perspective. And so that's what this text is, and you can get the link there. Now, the dude in the chat here is really assassin, and he's eager to come on. But before we do that, I did promise Amir we would go to Amir. Amir, what's up, man? By the way, shout out to Alex Soren. You guys can check out Alex Soren on YouTube. And Cleave, clavicular to antiquity. No, I'm joking. Cleave to antiquity. Amir, you want to unmute? And Father Deacon Ananias of Patristic Faith. Amir, let's try again. Unmute. Come on now. I know they got internets in Yemen. Right? Y'all got internets in Yemen. I'm joking, dude. Amir, do you want to unmute? Oh, come on now. Okay, I guess Amir cannot hear us. You waited all that time. We'll try Naruzik again. This is last chance. Naruzik, last chance. Welcome, everybody. Mog to antiquity. I like clavicular to antiquity or cleavage to antiquity. Well, those are all classics. Naruzik, you want to unmute? Come on now. You couldn't connect, and now you can connect, and you're not going to unmute. Why y'all want to do me this way? Why you want to hurt me so bad? Naruzik, unmute, man. Come on. Can you guys hear me? Is the audio?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, now he dropped off. What the heck's going on, man? Dan, what's up, Dan? The tribe of the Antichrist will come from the tribe of Dan. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Jake.
Hey.
I just have a quick question about tag, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. We've got the tag master in-house, Father Deacon Dr. Taganias. What's up?
So I'm just wondering if the argument basically simply states that if transcendentals exist, then God must exist, or is it more of a definitive argument saying that transcendentals do exist, therefore God exists?
I think
It
doesn't depend on that. I usually argue that way, but Father Deacon does a more like simplified version of it. But I don't think you have to go that way. But go ahead,
Okay.
Father. Go ahead, Father Deacon.
Well, people just get confused. Yeah, you can do it was similar to what Bob and Gretchen Pastorino used to do, the argument from logic. They presented a transcendental argument from logic. You could present which is basically a transcendental argument from transcendentals. I typically don't do that because my specializations, I've just worked in a certain kind of way with tag, and I focus more kind of on epistemological issues. And I notice people get confused and think it's a transcendental argument means you're talking about transcendentals. And that's not what makes a transcendental argument transcendental. A transcendental argument, whether it's for God or anything, is simply an argument that deductively infers necessary conditions for something, like knowledge, like sense. So you can make a transcendental argument a posteriori from sense experience, which is basically what Kant does.
Exactly.
You could do it from logic, universals, transcendental categories. If you do that type of deduction, that sort of form, then it's a transcendental argument. But you don't have to.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, thanks. I won't take up too much more of your time, and thank you.
Great question. I forgot too, on the PSA topic, I meant to, or I'm just booting this Nate guy because you don't get to monopolize and tell everybody that you're going to beat him in debate and then not actually come to debate. So unless you call in, this ain't a yapping. This is not for you to come promote your whatever. This is for you to call in and make argumentation and debate. You can call in on the X link linked in the show description. As you guys know, when we travel, I try to listen to the Psalms quite a bit on audio and Proverbs quite a bit on audio. And I recommend everybody do this, especially if you're not, in this position where you can read. If you're driving, you get car sick, you don't want to read. But if you listen to scriptures on audio a lot, I highly recommend that. And I was listening to Proverbs and I heard, in mercy and truth, atonement is provided for iniquity. And by the fear of the Lord, one departs from evil. Now, there's different translations for this, but sometimes it says that it's talking about what you do. It's not saying that by mercy and loving kindness, wickedness is atoned for. By mercy and love and fidelity, iniquity is atoned for. It's not saying that God atones for you. It is making a very problematic statement. I mean, God does atone, in a sense, for us, in the sense that, but we have to also be involved in this. Iniquity is atoned for by loyalty and faithfulness. This is a really problematic text for anyone who is a strict sola fide proponent, because, and this is not the only one, by the way, there are many passages in the Old Testament that speak this way. And I remember when I was a Protestant, I remember reading it, I was thinking, how do we actually make sense? That doesn't really make sense. Like, why is Solomon speaking this way? Like, why would I ever say that my good works atone for iniquity? That sounds like works-based salvation. But I'm just making the point that, well, if you want to be consistent between the Old and the New Testament, you got to make all those passages work together. And from an Orthodox perspective, absolutely. It makes perfect sense. In fact, James says, if a righteous man brings other people to righteousness, this will cover many iniquities. Wait a minute, how would my works cover many iniquities? These are problem texts for Calvinists, and our good buddy John is in the house. Shout out to my boy John. One of the former members, by the way, of Hootie and the Blowfish. He was the guy in the background that's actually playing the actual music. And I want to say he's actually Darius Rucker's voice, because a lot of people think Darius Rucker actually sings. Hootie and the Blowfish is really just one guy. If you've seen Under the Silver Lake, you have that old guy that really writes all the songs. For Hootie and the Blowfish, that's actually John. What's up, man?
Yes, that's me. I did want to comment on one thing, is the giraffes aren't real.
Okay.
And you know why we know this?
How do we know that?
Yeah, are you near a computer?
I am on the computer as I live stream.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I can't see. I'm on my little government tracking device here. Go look up what the name of Do you know what the name of the most prominent giraffe is?
No.
It's a Rothschild giraffe.
Okay, so giraffes are creations of the banking elite. I knew it all along, dude.
I'm not joking about that part. One
I
of the
believe you.
Rothschilds like named a giraffe a Rothschild giraffe. You can't even make this up.
Okay. Well, again, no, that is evidence contributing to the thesis that giraffes do not exist. They are basically they are photoshopped horses with long necks. That's it.
They're in the giraffes are mentioned in the Epstein files.
Correct. Yes, Epstein said, "Could we GMO an actual giraffe? Because it's just basically a gay horse with a giant, ridiculous neck."
Do you think we could genetically engineer a horse with a long neck?
Yeah, he tells Bannon that, right? Bannon's like, what is this giraffe theory you have? Maybe we could just take the horse and then just sort of stretch the neck of the horse, with some sort of a harness or an apparatus, from birth, the way that the African tribes, sort of stretch their necks out. Maybe we could do this with a horse.
But also there's Rothschild fleas.
Fleas?
Fleas, Rothschild fleas. Miriam Rothschild was an expert on. She was an expert on fleas and ticks and the diseases, which is also an interesting. Interesting thing that why would Rothschild be studying the diseases that fleas and ticks give off?
Plum Island type stuff.
Yeah.
Now, Naruzik, this is the last chance because we've tried and it doesn't work. This is your last chance. Thank you, John, by the way. Feel free to interject as ye list. Naruzik, last chance. What's up, man? Actually, I might have to let somebody go. John, I'm just going to let you go just for the time being. But you're welcome to come back up because I think you can only have 4 up at a time still here. Naruzi, what's up?
Hello.
Yes, what's on your mind, man? Dog, come on now. All right, that was the last time, bro. We tried. We gave you 3 or 4 chances, and it's just no mic working here. Nico, what's up, dog? Nico Case, what's up?
Hello, Jay.
Velvet Underground, what's on your mind?
So I wanted to speak about 2 things. I wanted to speak about Father Seraphim Rose.
Okay.
And when he said that we must live an Orthodox life. Yes, so what's your point on that?
What do you mean? Of course. Why would I disagree with that? What do you mean?
Yeah, because I see a lot of people, and this problem also with people from other countries like Germany and other places where there's a lot of Orthodox new Gen Z coming to the church.
Right.
And there's a danger that, I've seen also on the internet that a lot of people they're speaking on dogmas but they're not actually trying to, win over their passions and live an Orthodox life.
Yep, Father Deacon Ananias has been doing conferences on that problem for the last 5 years. So it's definitely a problem.
Yeah, and because it leads also on prelest, on spiritual prelest.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to say is I wanted to actually get the chance and give a small timeline of the prophecies, which is original prophecies that I have researched, and there are also, not only me, but also, like monks from Mount.
Yes, the elders and the monks and the prophecies. Go ahead. You're cutting out. We can't hear you. Dude got that Mount Athos Wi-Fi going. We can't hear you, dog. Appreciate it, though. Now, when it comes to the prophecies, this is not a domain that I put a lot of time and study into. I'm not opposed to it. I don't have a set opinion on any of them either way. I don't doubt that God gives clairvoyance and wisdom to holy elders and holy men. But I have not had the time to sit down and sort of sift through. But of course, Kotel, our buddy Kotel, has a whole sort of series of podcasts going to that. Our buddy Conrad over at World War Now, those guys are very deep into the prophecies of the elders and the saints. And look, your time in life is limited. I'm not saying you can't get into that. I'm just saying, like, I can't do every topic. For example, I'm not gonna be able to go back to university and get higher degrees in epistemology, right? Would have been fun to do that. I would have liked that, but there's not enough time in life to do that. So I can't do everything. We can't do everything. Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, way more advanced in epistemology than me. So if you guys have the kind of, specialized questions for these types of things, you're welcome to ask them or bring them up here. Sure, it's always welcomed. But there's people that can speak to that with a lot more knowledge than I have. Another thing you realize, I think, as you get older, is your limitations. And I think when you're young and when you're on the internet, you want to give the impression that you don't have limitations, that you've got it all nailed down. And the longer that I study and research, I know this sounds kind of cliche and boomer, but the more I realize I don't know. So anyway, roll stakes, $20. That Brian Shapiro guy that debated is a literal lolcow by this point. People interact with him for laughs. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. He is a kid that people make fun of at school. He's not self-aware enough to realize that people are just sort of laughing. I mean, I guess he wants to be kind of the voice of the left for whatever's left of the left. The leftovers of the left. So maybe he's aiming for a destiny type position. I mean, I know he says he's not a leftist, but I mean, his positions end up typically being that. Adam, $5. Jay, I'm glad I don't have to listen to that ginger goblin anymore. EB, $5. Could you talk about Immaculate Conception? What is the issue of the Roman Catholic interpretation of original sin? What about what nature did she give to Christ? Well, she gave to Christ, obviously, human nature. No creature could give a divine nature. The person that she birthed is a divine person because it's the second person of the Godhead who went into her womb and became man and thus was born of a virgin, which, by the way, contradicts all the idiotic Muslims who believe that this was a actual physical coitus a couple days ago, which is odd to me because are they too stupid? They're too stupid to even know that their own religion teaches a virgin birth, like our religion, because their religion copied and pasted our religion. But they're way too dumb to even know that. And you may think I'm being mean. I've been dealing with Muslims for 8 years now. They're dumb. Painfully, sadly dumb. And I know that religion is not just about IQ. I'm well aware of all that, spiritual. But when cultures for generations engage in idolatry, in heresy and blasphemy, and incestuous relations, it leads to low IQ people. So the spiritual can affect the physical. And it's just unfortunately the reality of it. So you're trying to explain, the one and the many to people with 60, 80 IQ. It's very difficult. And I don't know what the answer is other than to, just continue. Because, a lot of Muslims actually convert on the basis of when they realize that, like, Muhammad had child brides. Okay, so that's way more. Yes, Islam copied from Talmud. It copies from Gnosticism. It copies from Nestorianism, Arianism, Judaism. It's all these things, right?
I could just brief comment on that.
Absolutely,
Feel free. Andrew Wilson's debate with Kikachu there, where he brought up that exact same issue. This showcases the brilliance of Andrew Wilson in his debates, that he's not going to miss the forest for the trees. When they were talking about, there was that debate whether Christianity or Islam produces a better society, and his whole argument revolved around Islam not only permits but encourages incestuous marriages, thereby resulting in lower IQs. It's just,
and that's way more effective. Yeah, exactly, Alex. That's way more effective than the high tier metaphysical debate. Now, not that it's wrong to do that, but the high tier metaphysical debate, I realized after 8 years of doing that kind of debate with Muslims, is like, who are you even talking to here? You're talking to,
They don't even get it.
yeah, you're talking to people who already believe in the Trinity and understand, the one of the many problem. So it's really almost a disservice. I mean, not that it can't be done or shouldn't be done, but it's just sort of like, it's way more effective, as I think a lot of people realize that, and even Sam Shamoon over the years has said that, he's seen more people leave Islam over the child bride issue than anything else. So, all right, let's go to Sam. He's been waiting for a while. Sam, what's up? And of course, Alex, FDA, you guys feel free to interject at any point. Go ahead, Sam.
Hey, thanks, Jay, for taking my call. So I think on the whole evangelical Zionism discussion, there's, the whole third temple thing. Do you think it would be like heresy to say that there will never be a third temple and that the Antichrist already happened? I mean, I tend to be more of a post-millennialist, kind of like Ken Gentry. So, and I think you kind of like Ken Gentry as well. But I mean, do you think it'd be a fair
in the Orthodox position, I mean, you can conceivably be a post-millennialist and be Orthodox. You just can't be a Chiliast. You can't believe in a literal millennium because the Second Ecumenical Council rejects all forms of Chiliasm where you would have a literal 1,000-year reign on earth. Certainly, the church can be victorious. There are, speaking of prophecies, by elders and saints, there are many prophecies that speak of a revival of orthodoxy in the world, which would be for us essentially a form of post-mill, you could say. But when it comes to the third temple, there are many, many Orthodox saints and church fathers that speak of the third temple being built as a sign of the coming of the Antichrist. So, no, I would not agree with that tendency. And by the way, that's not just like a post-mill. I think that exorcist dude that is friends with Tim Gordon that was just on Sean Ryan, I think he was saying that there could never be a third temple. And I'm like, why? Why could there? I mean, this is so foreign to patristic. So when it comes to Roman Catholic eschatology, and when it comes to it's weird. I don't know what to say. But also, I think that Father Ripperger guy, I didn't realize he has all kinds of really kind of wacky statements that Cleve was pointing out. I didn't realize that guy was that wacky. I thought, okay, he's an exorcist and he's friends with Tim Gordon, but I mean, just more and more I come to see that just so many of these people are just I don't know what to say. It's all just too freaking wacky, dude. Nobody can be. It's really hard for people to be consistent with positions. Anyway,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I guess kind of the main reason for me asking is, I think a lot of it comes down to Second Thessalonians 2, and whether that already happened. Like the temple there, I think is a real place. I mean, such that someone can sit in it, and call himself God.
There's a position. So there's a little thing that you should read. I don't know if you can still buy it. It's put out by Jordanville Monastery. It's called Apostasy and Antichrist, and it begins with partial preterism. So it acknowledges that the Eastern Fathers pretty consistently teach partial preterism, and not just them. Even some of the earliest Latin fathers, like Saint Hippolytus, has a whole commentary that's preterist. So partial preterist. So in our view, I think what I've tended to for the last 10 years is to think that a lot of what's happening in 70 AD is also a type of the end of the world. And so I think that there is a sense in which, Antichrist was in, quote, the temple in the first century, blaspheming, but that's a type of the final Antichrist where there will probably be a new temple and some form of some type of physical temple. I've gone back and forth on this because in the church fathers, for example, when they are exegeting that text, you have kind of a debate between whether the temple of God there is the church, where he says he's God, or whether it's an actual rebuilt third temple. Where I tend actually towards the latter. I think that they probably will have a third temple where an actual person claims that he is God.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely hold that out as a possibility as well. You know, because I certainly wouldn't be a full preterist. I mean, that's it's a heresy. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sympathetic to to the partial preterist sort of post-millennial perspective. But yeah, I think the mirroring idea of way, I think that's a pretty good way to look at it. So yeah,
hey, great comments, Sam. Appreciate that. Welcome to all the new people that popped up in here. Let's see. Let's try Rishi Klassen. Richie or Rishi? What's up, dude? Want to unmute? Richie?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
Hey, so I've been listening for a little bit here, and I just wanted you to remind me of that passage in Proverbs that you quoted earlier, that you said that Protestants ought to have a real problem with.
It was Proverbs 16:8, I think.
16:8.
I think. Let me see. I've already forgotten what it was. No, 16. Guys in the chat, do you remember what it was? I've already X'd it out, so I don't have it pulled up. It was Proverbs 16 something. 16:6, excuse me. By mercy and truth, iniquity is purged. By the fear of the Lord, men depart from evil. So that's a Hebrew parallelism, by the way, which shows that it's not saying that. All right, that dude dropped off, so we lost him. In other words, the Hebrew parallelism demonstrates that it's not God's action towards man in this passage. It's the human action towards God in this passage, saying that by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged. And in Hebrew parallelism, it's a restatement in different words of the same thing. So, in other words, humans fearing the Lord means that they purge their iniquity and make atonement. Some passages say atonement. John, did you want to say something, or you want to move on to the next person? Patriarch's voice. John, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the guy asking about the third temple. I was reading something the other day, and the 6-Day War in 1967 really hit one of the big key things in the modern day Christian Zionism stuff. And once that kicks off, the idea for the third temple really starts to come into the general mindset. So, and then also some of the foreign policy, like we've discussed in the past, like obviously when Hal Lindsey is meeting with people in the Pentagon, and Ronald Reagan is saying The Late Great Planet Earth is one of his favorite books. The third temple becomes a point in it becomes a goal in the Cold War. So you could even look at it from the perspective of the completion of the third temple is kind of this, is like a carryover, like for some of these old timers, it's like the Cold War doesn't really end until the third temple's built.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, we got to remember to situate that in the modern geopolitical soft power subversion setting, to where you have foreign lobbyist influence groups utilizing this end times eschatology for swaying American public opinion on Middle Eastern issues. Exactly. And you can't divorce that from the Cold War and how the CIA saw accurately that they could capitalize on Billy Graham, pre-tribulation, dispensational Zionist rapture theology. All of that was co-opted, obviously 100% during the Cold War. So the third temple narrative is very important for that. Absolutely. Great point, John. Patriarch, do you want to say something? By the way, I forgot to mention too, that treatise that is out of print, it may be back in print, I don't know, but It's called Apostate and Antichrist. You can actually listen to the audio version of that treatise on YouTube. So if you put in Apostate and Antichrist, there's a channel right there that has it for in 2-hour read. It's called Athonite Audio does Apostate and Antichrist. And there's another guy, Orthodox Wisdom. He did it in 4 parts here. So if you can't access the physical copy, you can listen to the audio there. Pedro, what's up?
Yeah, hey man. So I want to talk about a bit the evangelical Zionism idea, and I think I understand the whole spiritual difference between Orthodoxy and Judaism. However, I was talking with a family friend, and he's bringing up the idea that the U.S. and Israel are one. Without the U.S., Israel wouldn't exist, and without Israel, the U.S. wouldn't exist. And you must support the false dichotomy. And then I also looked at both Iran and Israel kind of all go back to the square mile, like a bunch of bankers in England, right? So I'm wondering if you can kind of if you had to kind of simplify that and reject the idea that you must be a Zio or you're anti-Semitic.
Right. So, to be honest, and I'm not trying to be dismissive, but we have actually done about the last 2 years of podcasts nonstop on that topic. So if you type in J. Dyer, Christian Zionism or dispensationalism, you'll get probably 50 clips and podcasts in the last 2 years, really kind of dissecting that. So not being dismissive, but for example, I was just on the Hodge twins, and we covered that 1 year ago. I was on the Hodge twins, and we did the exact same topic. So we've been hammering that pretty hard in the last 2 years, but also as a flashback, your boy John here, guess what? This was not technically the first live stream, because I did one that was a test. It was kind of mad. But the second live stream I ever did, guess what it was on? End times Christian Zionist dispensational nonsense with who? Your boy John that you just heard speaking a minute ago. Here it is right here. End times nonsense debunked almost 10 years ago. So we're almost a decade into live streaming. Here it is right here. Here's the old fat carb-bloated me talking to John Adams almost 10 years ago. 25,000 views here on my first non-nightmare boomer tech right there. There's the link. The mic is popping. Well, that probably has to do with the chip in my MacBook, which does not work that well for live streaming. So when you're on the road, it is difficult to do a live stream. Let me turn off my little camera here, because I wonder if that would cut down on some of the data feed. And you guys don't need to see my sunglasses anyway, because I have to hide that I'm hungover from snorting drugs. I'm so hungover from all the drug snorting and smoking of drugs that I have to wear the sunglasses. It's not that this light annoys me, it's that I'm smoking and eating and snorting the drug. There's just one drug. It's just the drug. I do the drugs. Do you do the drug? Yes, I do the drug. Okay, let me see. Where is video? Okay, maybe we'll get a little cleaner feed if I turn my face off. Dude, turn your face off. I know that during COVID, we were hit with a psyop. Sometimes don't you want to just turn somebody's face off? I don't mean Nick Cage, John Travolta face off. I mean, what if we just have a button where you just could you please turn his face off? I don't want to see Brian Shapiro's face. Turn it off. I don't like Tom Hanks's face. Can we just turn that face off, please? Let me see. We got quite a bit of super chats here. Let me catch up on some of these. Oh, I'm sorry, EB, you asked a question about Immaculate Conception. Well, once again, we have a longer 3-hour podcast going into depth with the problems of the Augustinian conception of the taint of original sin, and that's really what leads the Latin Church into their necessary dogma of Immaculate Conception, because they think it's something passed on through nature itself. And in the Orthodox conception of sin as a privation and defect, there's no need for Immaculate Conception. So Christ is born with the nature that we have with Adam from the garden. Christ has the Edenic state of human nature, and we have a fallen nature, but fallenness is a privation. The nature itself is not different from what Adam had or from what Christ had, other than that it is deprived of grace. The nature itself is still the same human nature. So Christ has willingly chosen to take on what's called the blameless passions, but he did not have any blameful passions, which we have as a result of ancestral sin. So there we go. And if you need the fuller assessment of why the Augustinian position really leads to the Calvinistic position, or it leads to Immaculate Conception, you can watch my podcast, Calvin, Augustine, and Original Sin. And I think we cover it pretty well in about 3 hours. That's as easy as I could make it. Peter, what's up? It's too much, though, to answer in like one minute sort of response, but that's why we do these long answer podcasts. Peter, what's up? Unmute, Peter.
Hi, I'm back.
Okay.
I actually had a quick thing I wanted to say. That guy was talking about the rebuilding of the third temple. Or whatever. In terms of, I guess we see throughout history, there's all these types of antichrist, and then there's the archetype, right? I was talking to someone recently that was saying something about how something about how Nero's going to come back, because he brought up a verse in, I think it was Daniel chapter 7, where it says that there will be 7 rulers and one will return, right? I
don't think that necessitates that Nero. I don't think that necessitates that Nero comes back. No, I don't. I mean, maybe I don't. We don't really. I mean, I think that I tend to think that the exegesis of the Apocalypse, where it says that, he dies and returns. I mean, there's the Nero Redivivus myth, which is part of the reason why people point to Nero as the original Antichrist of the Apocalypse. The story that Nero had come back from the dead, which is a real thing back in the first century. There may be something like that in the final eschaton days of the end of the world, but I don't think it necessitates that there's some actual resurrecting of some ancient evil person.
Yeah. Also, I just want to add, giraffes are not real. So
thank you. Peter's on. Yeah. He's down the rabbit hole. He's getting fully giraffe pilled. Hawk, what's up, dude? Person of color, such as myself. Welcome, everybody. Glad to see we got another. What's up? We got 1,500 people live. Good. What's on your mind?
So I'm in a bit of a pickle here. I'm a Reformed Presbyterian, very much trying to get out of that and looking a lot like into Orthodoxy, because I've kind of gone between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, and try to have conversations with a lot of my friends that don't really hear me. So I was going to ask for suggestions of like, when is a point, like when a conversation is like unprofitable, like I should kind of like stop having it.
That's a really good question, actually. That's actually a really good question, because everybody deals with this, but there's actually no easy one-size-fits-all answer, because I think you have to tailor this to the person that you're talking to, and everybody's kind of different. So if you're talking to your parents, the dynamic is going to be different from, your bros. So are you let's ask, who are you talking about? Like family, or are you talking about just buddies?
No, not family, just a friend that I know.
I would say if, after a couple conversations or a couple times when you sense that they are not interested and it's not going anywhere, I wouldn't push the issue. I would let them come to you. I think, and as I've gotten older, I think that's a much better approach, because in the Orthodox perspective, like, you're not going to be able to talk somebody into it. You're not going to be able to, it's not like there's some magical combination of words that you say that makes a person become Orthodox. Sure. So just, I think the cooler, chiller approach is probably better. If people express on at least, 1 or 2 occasions where they're anti, don't push it.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that would be my advice. Father Deacon has a lot more, personal experience than I do about it. What would you say? Anything to that, FDA? Are you there?
Just every time I get involved in an argument while trying to listen, I can't do multiple things. What was the question again?
The question is basic. Go ahead, POC. Okay. You can say it. You can say it.
I was asking for tips on talking to a friend, because I'm currently probably classified as like Reformed Presbyterian, and I'm looking into leaving just the Protestant sect in general, probably towards Orthodoxy, and how to like have conversations with someone like I used to have like Reformed conversations with, but about this, because in their mind I'm kind of doing a 180, and they're kind of like, I think they're like upset that my worldview is changing. I don't know how to explain it. I was just asking for tips on that though.
Oh man, that's hard.
Would you say that like after what
Kind of like there is kind of no formula.
That's what I said. And would you say that like if somebody's kind of not receptive after a couple conversations, just kind of let it lie and let them come to you?
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said blackmail. No. Yeah. I mean, Scripture says that too, right? You know, after several times, I mean, if someone's unwilling to hear you or unwilling to receive admonishment or correction, you brush the dust off your feet and walk away, which is why often I was telling Cleve and the debate he's going to have with this Mason, Episcopalian Mason.
The dialogue.
Yeah, dialogue.
By the way, I have a debate coming out with Chase Geiser, who's the InfoWars host, who's a Mason too. So interesting.
And I've told Jay this too. You know, when we talk about when we're doing debates, Jay and I will talk and kind of run through stuff together and kind of prep. Ask your opponent, what would it take for you to say your position's wrong or abandon? And that's good in several different ways. If they have some virtue in them, and maybe they never thought about that, they'll be open and start thinking about that. Or they basically let you know nothing. There's nothing you can say. Well, for example, ask a Roman Catholic, what would it take for you to deny the papacy? And say the papacy is incorrect. And they'll almost hands down, every single one of them, nothing, because it's the true church.
That's kind of the response I'm getting from my friend when I'm talking to him. Like, I watched one of Jay's videos and he was talking about how it was Abraham was being cited in Romans. It was talking about Abraham and it was citing verse 15 instead of 12. And like we were talking about sola fide, and I showed him that, and he's like, "Well, that's your own interpretation." I'm like, "It's clearly this way."
Well, I mean, everybody, okay, but the question is it correct, right? So, I mean, just saying that's your interpretation doesn't really say anything. Yeah, sure, everybody has their interpretation, but the question is interpretation correct?
This came up in class today because we're going over transcendental arguments for the existence of God after we critique the traditional ones, and a student asked, well, I quoted Father Florowski that Father Florowski says revelation, because when we give the transcendental argument, we say it's revelatory theism. It's not autonomous epistemology and natural theology. They're two separate categories. And by revelatory theism, I qualify public objective revelation. Somebody asked, well, why does that rule out subjective? I'm like, because there would be no way to confirm it. I'd be a Mormon. I'd be like, well, I was revealed. God told me. And then you could just say, well, that's weird because God told me that it was going to be a demon that visited you and told you it was God. And
right.
There's no way to, which is exactly why Father Florowski says revelation is history. We have an objective standard and we can look, right, and say this person, and test this person's claim about having revelation. If it doesn't match history, then it's not revelation. So the student asked me, well, how do you do that? And I'm like, I do it all the time with Protestantism. Like you take their, for example, whether it's dispensationalism or PSA, you basically look at history and say, this was never believed until what? PSA, earlier than that, but 1800 years with Darby, from a fever dream, from a cult by Protestant standards, obviously that's not revelation. And you can kind of rule that out. So, the same thing with your friends saying, well, that's your opinion. It's like, but my opinion matches history. the history of the church. Yours doesn't. And then it brings up too, again, if you have two dispute, you don't have in your system any legal way of settling, which is a different category. Did I get the right interpretation? How is it settled legally? You don't have that. Oh, by the way, that also means you're not part of history. You're not part of the divine revelation, because guess what? The church always had a normative, legal, ecclesial authority to settle the matter. So you can kind of work through. I doubt he'll respond to that, because he's predestined to not believe you. So I don't know. I don't know yet. Again, you're going to have to figure out is there any place open in him at all? It's totally closed off. It's a waste of time. And I have this problem too. I argue with these retards online all the time, and I start thinking, who's more retarded, me or the retard I'm arguing with, because I'm arguing with retards?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I have to catch myself, because I'm like, I am retarded. I'm like, that's crazy that I would be arguing with a wall. And so we just got to catch ourselves and be, as I say, as the deacon more than anybody, let's be attentive. Be attentive, pay attention, be self-aware, because we have. St. Paul says, "Redeem the time." We're just wasting your time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's also your time, which as you get older is more valuable. So, great comments there. Appreciate that, Father Deacon. Flavia says, "Has B-Shock called in?" Okay, now I know who the BS was. B-Shock. Okay, I don't know if B-Shock would ever actually call in. Although that would be pretty funny. He might be mad at me for making fun of his Christian rap though. David Echo says for $10, "Hey man." And we did that one, excuse me. Parker Thompson, $10. "This is my real name. I can connect dots for you. I'm very close to figuring out for yourself, but our creator told me things. Things are going to start going faster and faster. I believe the answer is he sends to me, come to my farm in New Jersey. I started a foundation." Well, I mean, okay, I appreciate that, Parker, but in Orthodox, we have a different perspective where we typically are very guarded about private so-called revelations. So I would say look into Orthodoxy. Zoy. B-Shock's calling in. 29 System, $7. "I appreciate your opinion on books like Avro Manhattan." I mean, that's just low-tier Seventh-day Adventist kind of goofy stuff. Jesuits run the world. It's just silly. It's not. Jesuits don't run the world. I mean, the Jesuits have been co-opted on record to work with the CIA during the Cold War. But these kind of low-tier Seventh-day Adventist conspiracies are just super dumb, dude. No offense to you. They wrote about the Vatican genociding the Serbs. Well, yeah, I don't doubt that there's true statements in that. But I mean, you could read Alexander Hislop's slop and find true statements, but that doesn't mean that the Pope wears a Dagon fish hat, so it's the worship of Dagon because it looks like a fish. I mean, it's just stupid stuff. Nikos Stratos, the Pelican. Okay. Doom Guy, $5. "Jay, if you end up talking to any libertarians, I would love to hear about the refutation of Hans Hoppe's argumentation ethics. Is it not a performative contradiction to argue against it? Do we own ourselves?" I'm not super well read in Hoppe. I've read a little bit of it, but I exited libertarianism a long time ago because when I got into Tradcat stuff, I was reading a lot of critiques of Enlightenment and classical liberal ideas. So, I mean, I think libertarians have some insights and they have some good points here and there, but I didn't spend, years mastering all of the, Hoppe and von Mises. I've just kind of read them here and there. So, I mean, I've read Henry Hazlitt and I've read, Road to Serfdom, and I've read Thomas Wood. I've read a lot of the libertarian people, but I've not read the libertarian divines, in depth, because I exited it when I was 23 because I could tell that Well, this is just another Enlightenment philosophy. So, you know, it's going to be limited in what it has to offer. But so I'm not sure what FDA, do you know off the top of your head, or anybody, what Hoppe's argumentation ethics argues?
That's crazy. I was literally on the hill, the ski hill yesterday with this guy, and he brings up Hans Hermann Hoppe.
Oh, weird.
We started having a conversation about democracy that fails, and then
yeah.
And then from aristocracy, monarchy to democracy.
Mm-hmm.
But you're asking about his ethics?
Let's see. The question is, how would you refute Hoppe's argumentation ethics? Is it not a performative contradiction to argue against it?
What was the first part? His argumentation ethics?
Argumentation ethics.
What is that?
I don't know. Okay, so it says, according to the von Mises Institute, it claims that anyone who participates in a debate must presuppose the, quote, libertarian principle that a person owns himself. No, I don't think that requires, because it's not even addressing like the metaphysical assumptions that go into a self. So I understand what Hoppe is trying to do. He's trying to say that if you're a socialist and you're going to come to a debate and you're going to try to argue against individualism or individual rights, you would have to deny a fundamental principle that there is a self that has ownership of the self. Now, well, why ought I accept that someone owns themselves? What does that even mean? In other words, it's sort of rife with a bunch of unjustified assumptions itself. Does that make sense? FDA, did you hear me?
No, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's. I mean, that's the thing. This is what I'm writing this argument too. That it's
a foundational. I'm sorry. Let me.
Epistemic first principle.
It's a foundationalism. It says right here. This is at the von Mises.org. According to Hoppe, this is a axiom of action, which when a person engages in economics or action at all or debate, there's an assumption that he owns himself. So no, it's just another form of foundationalism.
This is actually what I'm writing right now. I was getting distracted. Is actually about axioms and first principles, interesting enough. And so, you know, people like to say that, like, well, what's orthodoxy's axioms and first principles? But it's set in a radically different category.
Oh, this is just proxy.
This category of revelatory theism. We don't have axioms and first principles because we're not system building.
This is just
the problem with axioms and first principles is, and somebody was asking me, well, why isn't that circular? I said, because orthodoxy is revelatory. It's not. I never said orthodoxy is circular. I've said other systems are circular. Orthodoxy is recursive. Well, what does that mean? Yes, we do have a type of first principles, but it's a person. A person is not an axiom or a proposition. And the one who stands behind the universe, who's omniscient, omnibenevolent, who's in a position not only to know because he stands above, but also to reveal, can enter into a dialogue with humanity. It can explain, and he does, how he is, what he is, and how all these things work together. Now, can an axiom do that? Does an axiom tell you what knowledge is?
They're just foundationalists, right? So that they're just
Why should I assume this axiom versus a contrary axiom? Well, let's take Aristotle, for example. He has a type of axiom or first principle, which is immaterial forms received in sense experience.
Yes, they are foundationalists. As von Mises, they're Aristotelian, and they're just basically restating Aristotle. I remember now. This, by the way, is to the guy who asked the super chat question. This is what I debated Robert Taylor on. So Robert Taylor had a channel devoted to libertarian praxeology, and Robert and I did, I think, 3 debates, but this is one of those debates on God's existence, and the debate ends up being actually about foundationalism and praxeology and axioms. So you can watch because he's an atheist libertarian guy,
And we did this debate 10 years ago, so there is the answer to that. Not trying to be.
Also, it's something very similar to our philosophers and our critique of Descartes. That his first principle doesn't assume anything else.
Of course it does.
It's foundational. It's like, of course it does. Your cogito and your whole methodology assumes a whole bunch of stuff.
As is the case.
Epistemology, a first principle. You don't think the Bayesian theorem in Bayesian epistemology assumes certain things? Like, it's just a
and it's the same with praxeology in these guys. And then when you say that, they're just, I can already tell you what they're going to say. They're going to say, so you're a skeptic? You're a David Hume? No, I'm not a skeptic. I'm not a David Hume follower. I'm using his retort to show that you don't have a basis for this being fundamental. And if they want to...
You know what? Stop being a Humean bigot, too. Bigotry has no place... No, I'm kidding. In our Humean skepticism, I'm joking.
Well, this is where it's going to turn to the topic that always comes up with the Rush Mannion paper, which you and I have covered and answered probably, 100 times in the last 7 years. They're going to say, well, but if you reject the basic principles, then you are affirming skepticism and incoherence. Yeah, but it's missing the point that, like the Rush Mannion paper says, which is that that's not enough to get you to justification. So just because my denial of the principle means that reality is incoherent doesn't make the principle attain to epistemic justification. I mean, in other words, maybe
we're not denying causality, right? It's the same argument you have with atheists, right? We're not saying atheists can't act moral. We're asking, can your worldview justify the things?
Yeah, we're not saying that there aren't foundational beliefs. We're saying that you can't just assert them ad hoc, even if they appear to make sense of the world, because maybe the world just appears to make sense.
And furthermore, it's a failure to distinguish two types of skepticism. There's positive skepticism, which seems to have a hard time because they're making positive epistemic claims and seem to be engaged in performative contradictions. But there's negative skepticism too, which is what we're doing. A person can raise issues as kind of questions about one's paradigm and how it answers without actually taking a position on that. And so they just don't even know the philosophical kind of literature and history of skepticism, that there's two different forms of skepticism: positive skepticism and negative skepticism.
Right, but could you reaffirm why just saying that, well, if you don't adopt if you don't adopt axioms, then your position leads to incoherence. Why does that not get you to justification, even if you admit that? Because this is like one of the hardest things to convey to Thomists and to Aristotelians. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, as I've brought up, commenting on and you just brought up too, in the Rush Mannion, all that doesn't give me. So if we're talking in terms about justification, why you ought to believe and have certain reasons for other beliefs, that's normativity. That's a prescription, right? All they're doing, so they're committing a category here. You're telling me a description. You're just telling me I can't do this, that it does this other stuff. But that doesn't tell me that that's true, or that's the reason why I ought to. And there's nothing in the axiom or the fact that I psychologically or semantically or logically can't do that therefore it's true and I ought to believe that. See, it's in a different category.
Yeah, well, they're going to say, well, but if you want to have reasoning at all, you have to have axioms. That's what they're going to say.
Well, then you have a problem of something similar to. I could answer that too, but there's several different arguments we could present. The other argument too is the argument that I've developed from arbitrariness. And this is something similar to the theory of underdetermination of doubt. I can just create different axioms, right? Your axiom doesn't tell me why I should choose that axiom over others. And so I developed this argument.
But what if they say that this type of axiom is necessary for intelligibility? That's what they're going to say.
Well, I could create other axioms that could do that too. Again, that doesn't, and furthermore, it just goes back to the same thing that all you're saying is I can't semantically or logically do something without that. But it's not giving me a count for
I see. Yeah. But that, even that doesn't tell me why I ought to have that, right?
What's that?
Even if I granted that, it doesn't tell me why I ought to have that.
Ought to, yeah. Here's an argument that I made. If foundationalism is true, so an axiom, any system that has these kind of axioms as first principle, then there are basic beliefs or axioms of the following kind. S is basic belief that P is justified, although there's no further reasons that make it even slightly better that S believe P rather than any of P's contraries. So it's arbitrary. There can be no such beliefs, so axiomatic systems and foundationalism is false. It's a pretty straightforward argument.
Hush Tones says, no, excuse me, we read that one. Noah says for $5. Thank you for all of this. Well, we did that guy too. Excuse me. Joshua Tree, Jay, what does the Iran war have to do with the prophecies of the monks of Athos and St. Paisius? Again, you have to watch Kotel's and Conrad's streams on that because they go deep into that. Nelly, $10. It's my last week in the UK, so I got to get down to nuclear subs. It's full of wine and Boadicea types. I'll check you guys. That's over my head, dog. Mang Yup, thank you, became a member. MK MEX, $5. The Diamond Brothers did a video about you and your debate with Gnostic Informant. They actually deceptively edited it to try to make you say that you were breaking the law of non-contradiction. Yeah, I mean, look, are you surprised that the Diamond Brothers, just like Neil, don't understand the problem of the one, the many? Rui sends $10. Thank you, Rui, for that. Let's see. Bird, $10. Would it be ideal to have one bishop in a geographic region? Of course it is. Yeah, that's the norm in church history. America is an outlier. So again, you can see with canon law, it doesn't always function perfectly in history because there are unique, bizarre situations like a propositional Enlightenment nation. What about jurisdictions in America? Should we have one? No, this would be a problem because I think people, when they first come to Orthodoxy, think, oh yeah, why don't we just have one jurisdiction? It's the way it's supposed to be. Well, it's more complex than that because several jurisdictions like the EP and the GOARC are heavily influenced by the State Department. We do not all want to be under that. That's why. Christopher, $10. Keep up the good work, Jay. If it wasn't for your videos, I would not have become Orthodox. Well, that's good to hear, man. Appreciate that. Guys, remember, you can head on over to chalk.com. That is the show sponsor, as well as Jay's Analysis in the shop, and get the new book, Esoteric Hollywood 3. We are currently on our podcast tour over here on the West Coast. And we did pretty much nonstop podcasts. It's been crazy. Not many of them have actually dropped yet. The Brian Shapiro debate is up, and the Alex Jones, Stefan Molyneux, Harrison Smith show went up, and Hodge Twins went up. But a bunch of other things that we've done haven't even been posted yet. So hopefully we can get some traction out of this. There's multiple reasons why we had to do this at this time. For those that don't know, my dad is in bad health, and we will probably have to, in the near future, be spending more time kind of with him. And the reason I'm telling you guys that is that you might wonder, why would you do this podcast situation during Lent? Why would you do it? Well, it's not just because of that. It's also because I'm going to be situated at a certain location longer than typically we expect. Then I need to go ahead and kind of get this completed before we have to be kind of locked out at a location where I can't do journeys to far off podcasts, if that makes sense. So if you guys didn't see the Tim Pool debate, that kind of kicked off this podcast tour, and then the Brian Shapiro debate. There was actually supposed to be a whatever debate with 3 different feminists, all of whom declined. So I think the feminists have given up debating, at least with me. The Roman Catholics have pretty much given up debating. The Muslims seem to have pretty much given up debating. And there's a scant couple Protestants out here with sort of minimal followings that are doing debates. So I think pretty much everybody's conceded. They don't really want the smoke anymore. So we're at a weird juncture where it seems like Dawa's done. The Roman Catholic pop apologists are pretty much done. There we go. I mean, what else is there really? I mean, we can't have the papacy debate a million times. I mean, how many times do we have to have that same debate, right? And by the way, we did Ubi's podcast. We had a lot of fun, and I think you guys will enjoy that because, believe it or not, when I sat down to eat with Ubi, he was like, I don't want to talk about theology. I don't want to talk about the papacy. So we ended up having a great discussion about everything but the papacy. And that actually may... Go ahead.
We forgot to take a photo together.
I forgot to take a picture with Sam Tripoli yesterday, too, so I apologize.
It's because we were so tired.
It was. It's been exhausting.
That would have been cool too. It was. Jay and I got to see each other. Jay and I debated. We had a secret debate where we debated.
And we recorded it, but we didn't even see what the other person was saying. So it's like a weird. We don't even
have magic glasses to basically watch the debate. It's out there. It's actually recorded, but you can only see it if you have the magic glasses.
So people are asking if the Black Hebrew Israelite debate will still happen. Yes. So basically, that was another debate that got canceled because that was supposed to be on the same podcast that I debated Brian Shapiro on, and the black guy had to back out of that one. Then I'm going to be doing that, I think, tomorrow on Cooley's channel on No Fugazi podcast. I'll be debating the Black Hebrew Israelite dude, and I'm pretty sure it's the dude that called in. If you guys remember when we had a BHI dude call in, it was a very comical exchange. But this one I think will be moderated, so it's going to be a little bit different. And then there was going to be a Unitarian debate on Modern Day Debate. And then that ended up not happening. And so I think the Black Hebrew Israelite dude also will be debating me again on that one. So, and 2 different topics. So, but I mean, these are people that think that the word Jewish means kind of Jew. So, I mean, again, it seems like, people who don't have mid to upper level IQ, they have a really hard time with words. Schizophrenics and dumb people, do they really get tripped out with words? It's like word spells, like literally word spells to them. I mean, words just blow the mind of like 90 IQ, 80 IQ people. It's just like, that word mean that. Right? It is so hard to convince and explain to people that words have different meanings in different contexts. It's kind of crazy, I think, for us, but like, for a lot of people, like, dude, words are literal like word spells. Like, you casting word spell, you doing magic on me with them words, bro. I mean, look at the Brian Shapiro debate, right? He calls the law of non-contradiction and epistemology are just word games. Okay, so to dumb people, you doing a bunch of verbal technology. KV says for $5, Jay, I'm a big fan from Bulgaria. I have a disagreement. Jesus replies that 2 swords are enough. He's fulfilling Isaiah 53. He does not endorse self-defense. Well, that doesn't have to be an either or. Jesus is the one who, in the book of Exodus, gives the law and tells the Israelites that they have a right to self-defense. And the Orthodox Church has always had battalions named after saints. Byzantium has had warrior saints. Kings have a duty to defend. Look, think about Romans 13. Okay, if the king has the sword, that's a form of self-defense. He's defending the people who live in the society from the evildoers who would offend them. And you have a duty as a man to defend your wife and kids. So, again, to make Jesus a pacifist is just preposterous. There's nothing. I mean, I wrote a whole article on this from the church fathers saying the opposite. So, again, guys, do you understand that it's Jesus who in Exodus 23 is going before the Israelites into battle? That's what Exodus argues. How are you going to say Jesus is a pacifist when Jesus is the one in Exodus 23 going in to destroy the Canaanites in battle? So you guys don't even, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but it's like you guys aren't even aware of Christ presented as a warrior in the Old Testament. I mean, are you going to be a Marcionite and say, well, that was a different God? We have a God of love and pacifism now. It's just stupid. It's childish too, by the way, to argue and think this way. Connor says for 30, by the way, this is the argument that that Marxist Seraphim Aldea dude, right? Jesus was a pacifist, and I'm so just spiritually attuned that every convert I met in America was demonic. Remember this guy? This guy is a totally performative clown. Connor, $30. I'm paying my tithe. He's joking, by the way. In the filth, $10. Did you hear they closed the Holy Sepulchre? Yes. This was retribution for anti-Zionist statements. Well, I mean, people are, and I understand that people would be upset about it, but you understand that this is just confirming to everybody in the world what we believe, that we're correct when we critique the attitudes of Zionism, of the Talmud and its perspectives. Them acting in that way proves our very point. So people get all upset about it, you know, I wouldn't worry about it. Very likely this is to interrupt the holy fire. Michael the Night Dragon, $20. Jay, is there a conspiracy to prevent good discoveries in science? Yeah, I think science is controlled. You know, there's a corporate angle, for example, to science where, you know, if you were to invent some advanced engine that runs on air, many people have created engines that run on water. Those will be bought up and suppressed. So even in engineering, which is directly connected, obviously, to science, yeah, you can see it there. People have been saying that there is fusion for decades, back to the 1950s. Also, by the way, how do I balance my faith with engineering pursuits? I mean, I don't really see any, what would be out of accord with Orthodox living and engineering. I mean, unless you're like engineering,
social engineering.
like I'm trying to like, well, unless you're engineering like a greater, you know, fleshlight, like what's the problem with engineering, right? Like that's a noble pursuit. But maybe he works in weaponry. Again, I don't think you're like, I mean, you know, Nicaea 1 said that you can be a soldier and be a Christian, which also refutes the pacifist perspective, right? Because you had people in the early church, you know, kind of in the circles of people like Tertullian and Novatianus and other people. They said, no, you cannot even be in the military or in the state and be a Christian. And Nicaea had to rule that, no, you can be a soldier and be a Christian. So again, this disproves the pacifist Marcionite tendency that many people have. So I would say in the same way, no, you can be a good soldier and be a Christian. You just have to let the principles of Christianity guide how, you know, dictate how you operate as a soldier. And that's what, then the argument that Nicaea uses, by the way, is from John the Baptist, right? When the soldiers approached John the Baptist didn't say you can't be a soldier. He said, don't exact too many taxes and don't mistreat people. Okay, so you can be a good soldier for the Roman Empire, but don't violate the Ten Commandments and do things outside. And by the way, Ten Commandments do not forbid all killing. Okay, capital punishment exists in the Old Testament. Ten Commandments forbid murder. Murder is not the same thing as killing. One is a crime, one isn't. So again, people have just inability to make very basic distinctions. Again, everybody gets tripped up on words. Like that woman, that woman who thinks she calls herself a theologian, and she was like arguing for pacifism. And what do you think she says?
God is pro. You can't be pro-life and pro-capital punishment. It's like, dude, even in
pro-life, by the way, I never use that.
Okay, why do you? Is that for rhetorical reasons? Why do you not use that term?
Yeah, because I believe certain lives. For example, I believe in capital punishment. When it comes to abortion, I say we're abolitionists, which drive liberals crazy.
That's funny.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's silly that. So we're just kind of taking back. We're if they're weaponizing that, like, oh, I thought you pro-life and stuff like that. Just fight back and be like,
yeah,
no,
take the words back, reclaim the words. Well, it's kind of like the rainbow, though, right? I mean, the rainbow is a symbol of the covenant, and then they, inverted it on purpose. So, Taco, what's up? What do you want to say?
Hey, what's up, Jake?
Hey.
I had a question about. You ever seen when they found Gilgamesh in 2003 Iraq War, and then
I've seen the WikiLeaks Hillary statement, but I don't know if they actually quote found Gilgamesh. I know that there was an email where Hillary expressed an interest in the tomb of Gilgamesh.
It was kind of weird because I was watching Tim Dillon the other day, and Tim Dillon had reviewed a video of Sam Altman, and Sam Altman's over here talking to like these rich technocrats talk to like ancient Sumerian like deities or something like that. And I was like, what if they have Gilgamesh and they're trying to make him immortal through AI?
Well, it's funny you said that because Jamie Kennedy did 2 different podcasts, one with me and then one with Jamie. And he actually asked Jamie about that. So what about Gilgamesh? What are they doing? What is that all about? So you'll have to check out their podcast on that, what they said. Deadsy, what's up, man? I don't believe that they're going to clone Gilgamesh. I'm a skeptic when it comes to cloning. I mean, I think they can probably, engineer and genetically modify sperms and eggs and all that kind of stuff in the fetus. But I'm still somewhat of a skeptic about how good, quote, cloning is. And all that technology is really like proprietary and secret anyway. Let's say for the sake of argument, they can clone. Well, I mean, who really is going to know how advanced it is unless you actually work at some lab or facility? I'm skeptical of the chimeras too. Like, yeah, maybe you can put 5% of a fish scale inside of a tomato to make the skin of the tomato more durable. Maybe that exists, but like, can you take a human being and steal his hair, and then they have a bunch of underground base versions of Dyer because they stole some of my hair when I was a kid. I mean, that sounds retarded to me. Desdy, what's up?
How you doing, Diva?
I'm always being sassy.
Let me know if my audio is a bit bad. I just had a quick question.
Okay.
So one of the things that kind of brought me to Christianity in the first place was this kind of phenomenon going on with like near-death experiences, a bunch of testimonies with like visions and dreams. And I mean, I've been watching like hundreds of these videos throughout the years. Now, a lot of these are like connected to like the Evangelical Church and
right.
the
New Age stuff.
Other churches, yeah, New Age stuff. But some kind of feel genuine because it kind of brings them out from like Buddhism and like Islam and like sometimes witchcraft.
Yeah, I'm sure people have near-death experiences, sure.
So how would, from the Orthodox perspective, would one treat people who have these phenomenons happen?
It's funny you said that because, one of the podcasts that we did while we were out here to fill in for one of the debates that got canceled was, I didn't realize this guy was buddies with Roots of Orthodoxy and Voice of Reason. Because I probably would have said no if I'd have realized that at the beginning. But the guy he was actually friends with the guy who did the Brian Shapiro debate. And when the Black Hebrew Israelite dude backed out, he was like, oh, well, you go on my friend Brian's podcast to talk about, theology and spiritual experiences. Like, yeah, sure. Well, then I realized, oh, this is the dude that's like buddies with the Voice of Reason and Roots of Orthodoxy. And he was a nice guy. I'm not dissing that guy, but the whole I mean, it was a good podcast. We had a good discussion, but he was like, okay, I was Pentecostal charismatic and been even in these evangelical circles. Are you going to discount this experience? Well, I had this vision. I had this, miraculous event where I was levitating on a chair and all this stuff. And what do you think about that? What was that real? What was that? And I'm just like, look, I'm not going to judge your experiences and I have no idea. I wasn't there, so I don't have access to that information. But as Orthodox, we're going to have the same assessment of any of these types of revelations, dreams, visions, claims, etc. Yeah, they're possible, but they really don't have that much of an importance or significance for us. And that might sound a little dismissive or based in skepticism, but the reason is that people get so into this and they get so attuned to and fixated on some experience that becomes a huge temptation for prelest, which is spiritual delusion and pride. And I heard a long time ago, I forget who said it, but if you really want to know if a spiritual experience was quote authentic, and remember, you can have a spiritual experience that's real, but that's not from a good spirit. I mean, it can come from you, it can come from a demonic entity, or it could come from God or an angel, sure. But how are we going to discern this? Well, what are the fruits of it? Did it make you more humble? Did it make you more loving? Or, and this is unfortunately, I think, the indicator of why most of these sort of Pentecostal, charismatic, new agey quote experiences are not of God, is that they do not produce that. They produce arrogant, deluded people. So discerning of the spirits is a spiritual gift. This is why we have spiritual fathers in the Orthodox Church. We bounce these experiences off of other people as a firewall, as a check, so that we don't go off into, I woke up today and I just felt like God was telling me to go to the grocery store. I went to the grocery store and I prayed really hard in the cracker section. I felt like God was telling me to talk to the homeless dude in the cracker section. And then I felt like God was telling me, it's like, that's literally how the charismatics think that the day-to-day process is. Dude, that's not how it is. Right? It's like Father Moses says, God's not like telling you through your feelings every minute of the day to go to the grocery store and talk to this or that homeless person. No, you have divine revelation in scripture and in tradition. You have the liturgy and you have the sacraments. Now use the skills and abilities that God gave you with the freedom that you have to do what you want. That's how it works. But it was an interesting discussion actually to talk to that guy, because it reminded me of my charismatic days where I thought, oh yeah, I'm supposed to like wake up and then I pray until I get this sort of feeling or emotion that gives me some impulse that tells me to go down the road and preach the gospel to the people on the street. And that's how I would try to operate. And then you realize it's like, that's not really God though. That's my feelings. That's my heart. And if you read Jeremiah, there's a great passage where Jeremiah is talking to the false prophets. And Jeremiah says to the false prophets, you all just prophesy a vision of your own heart and of your own desires. And then I remember thinking, well, that's, when I was like coming out of Protestant evangelical stuff into Catholicism in my early 20s, I remember thinking, this is actually a good question. Like, how would we discern, between good sources of visions and experiences versus bad? And how do we know? Right? Because I have no access to Brian's experience of levitating last year or whatever. But what I do have access to is what Paul lays down when he says in Galatians 1 to judge all of these things by the deposit of faith. Right? And that's a safeguard that's very important in Orthodoxy that is not in Protestantism, except for maybe Calvinism. It's not in Rome. They're 100% charismatic. They're the charismatics before the charismatics with all their histrionic, crazy women saints. And it's not in the evangelical charismatic world. So really only this idea exists in Orthodoxy and actually in Catholicism. I mean, excuse me, Orthodoxy and Calvinism. That's the only two places that have this idea of a kind of checks and balance on ecstatic experiences. And that's exactly why Father Seraphim Rose made a huge deal in Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future of warning the people and the masses about the delusion of charismaticism. John, let's see, I saw you. Did you want to say something about that? Or FDA, did you want to comment on any of the delusion of? I know Alex had a background in charismaticism. Alex, feel free if you'd like to comment on the sort of the experiences.
I wanted to say that recently, you know, because some of my audios, I was listening to some old Chuck Smith sermons,
Mm-hmm.
and I forgot about how like when he tells a story about God speaking to him, he tells it like it's a conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's how they speak to me. Like, that's how, those, you know, especially those sermons. But I do know charismatic people who personally, that's what they do. They, like, walk around and they like, talk to themselves.
Yes.
But they think they're talking to God.
Yeah, I did that in my charismatic phase. I thought that's what it meant. Like, I was just reading the book of Acts, and I'm like, oh, this is the book of Acts. This means that you sit there and you sort of meditate and pray and you wait for God to give you this feeling. And then when you have this feeling, you think, oh, God's telling me to go to the grocery store and telling me to share the gospel with, the checkout person. It's like, that's the mindset of like a charismatic type of person. Let's see. Just some guy. What's up, dude? Is this just some guy from back in the day that I did a podcast with, or is this a different person?
No, this is a different person.
Okay. What's up, man?
You were talking about debating people and how they were, dodging out on you. There's these two guys, Frojacks. They're like a brother duo. Have you heard of them?
Is that Method Ministries?
No.
Okay, no, those guys are
These
goobers.
are two newer guys.
Are they Protestant?
No, the one is sort of Christian, and the other one is, he called it deism, which I've never even heard of.
Okay, well, that would be easy to deal with, but I mean, do they have like a significant sort of following? Or I'm not trying to be, a douchebag e-diva, but it's like, it's not really beneficial for my time to spend, debating people with like 500 or 1,000 followers. And usually that's the people that really want to debate. So typically I think for the near future, unless they want to call in here, and I mean, I'm pretty much the only person who does, call in any time type debate. Nobody else does that really that I'm aware of, except for Cleve and Alex. But I mean, you can't say I'm just being an e-diva because you can always call in here. But see, that's the other thing too, is like a lot of these people, they just want attention and they want a big debate to get followers. And it's like, I'm not going to give you that like that. I'm not helping you out to push your heterodoxy and build your channel. So they can call in.
No, true. I mean, they hadn't mentioned you or anything. I was just wondering if you had heard of them. And
I have not.
Debate that
Well, you could tell them that, they're welcome to call in. But yeah, deism is, kind of the post, scientific revolution, post enlightenment idea that many people like, I don't know, like Ben Franklin or like Thomas Jefferson, right? There's a being that starts the universe, but he has no connection or relationship to the universe, and you can't know that being. So it's basically almost atheism is the simplest way to put it. 24K, what's up? Guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. I'm going to get to the next couple Super Chats here in a second as we take some of these calls. 24K, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jay.
Yo.
I'm curious. I heard a lot of different explanations to this. For example, from Jordan Peterson or the likes of Peugeot. What is the explanation you have for the stories of the Bible, specifically the Old Testament, like Genesis, being so condensed and compact?
I've not actually heard this argument. So the argument is that Genesis, like say 1, 2, 3 to 10, doesn't tell us a whole lot, and so therefore like I don't understand the conclusion from that. Like why a lot of ancient texts, like if you read the Gilgamesh epic or something like that, they speak this way. So it's kind of seems like it's probably normative for ancient literature to operate that way. What exactly is it? I've not heard this. What's the conclusion here?
Yeah, maybe I can expand on it.
Sure.
So basically that the stories tell actually a lot, but they're just explained more concisely. And Peugeot, for example, was making the argument that it's some sort of
I could tell you one
mechanism of memories, that they're more significant.
Yeah, what I was going to say is like I have to understand that the Old Testament was originally oral tradition, so that would probably be the answer right there.
Okay, all right, thank you, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm sure Peugeot, I had not heard him say that, but that's probably right. Like, probably easier memorization techniques with that sort of highlighting certain, key events. Jake, what's up?
Howdy.
Hey.
Hello. Hey, Jay. So I was arguing with some Ortho guys. I'm Orthodox, but after liturgy, we have our kind of men's get together, and a lot of these guys seem to be like. You brought this up before, this Christian anarchy, and I'm like, this is nuts. Like, what is going on? And
Christian anarchy, Orthodox guys? I've never heard this. That's bizarre. Go ahead.
I think they're just trying to it kind of sounds like fashionable. I don't know where they're.
Are they hold on? Are they inquirers or catechumens, or is it like people who've been Orthodox for a while?
It's a blend because our church is, like others, taken off, and
okay.
Mostly kind of newer guys. But I think it's kind of a holdover from the punks to monks and that's the world. The guys are really kind of staying on to more that ascetic.
I see.
But one guy was trying to pitch it as like, where he's like, well, I think it's more of like volunteerism. I'm like, this is like so low tier. So I'm trying to wonder like how I can best arm my next debates against this, because I struggle with this. I'm conflicted a little bit too, because I serve in the military, especially in these times. So,
well, again, great question. As we said a minute ago, the Council of Nicaea makes it very clear in the canons that it is not against Christianity to be in the military, because this was a question in the 2nd and 3rd century, and you did have people saying and believing that no, actually, you can't be a Christian and be in the military. It's antithetical. This was a position that Marcionites, some of the Novatianists, some of the followers of Tertullian, some of the Montanists, they all had this bizarre position because of their hyper moralism and their holy rollerism, and Nicaea rejects that, and that sets a precedence in canon law for later on developing a explication of the role of the church and the state. Now, I would argue that many church fathers prior to Nicaea had already stated, like Clement and others, of the validity of the death penalty. And if the death penalty is, as Romans 13 says, the purview of the state has the sword as a diakonos, that really right there immediately destroys all this sort of anarcho, pacifist nonsense. It's just silly. We also have many statements throughout the Old Testament that, the normative principle for governance is monarchy. Proverbs, Solomon says countless times, honor the king. It's a constant monarchist type of wisdom literature. What were you going to say? Go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking too, we're hierarchical, right? The church.
Yeah, it's not anarchy. It's not anarchy.
I don't even mean that in terms of clergy, but within the family too.
Right.
Doesn't that mean? Does that? I'm trying to figure out what these guys. So, I only have to listen to my hierarchs, or I only have to listen to my husband if I agree with him.
Or if you want to, because it's voluntary. If you volunteer, yeah. No, that's Satanism. That's I will do my will.
An authority means an authority, regardless of whether you enter into a voluntary contract with them. If they're your authority, they can, of course, they can tell you what to do.
Yeah. Again, it says the state is a diakonos, right? A deacon. That's Romans 13. Diakonos. In Byzantium, the emperor could sit even behind the iconostasis because he was considered a type of deacon. So this is simply to say that the state is under the authority of God, just like the church is. They have different roles, different spheres, and certainly the church is higher The spiritual is above the temporal, but it's just this weird Western Protestant post-Enlightenment idea that God is not involved in the state. That's for politicians, and Christianity is your own private devotion. I mean, this is everywhere. It's in Rome, it's in Protestantism, it's in Orthodoxy in America, especially, and it's absolutely ahistorical. And I mean, is it the same God as the Old Testament? Yes. Okay. Is there any point in the Old Testament where God doesn't care about the civil state? Well, that's the Old Testament. God's spiritual now. Oh, really? Then how come Romans 13 says that the state has the sword to execute divine justice? I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, again, church history, you don't have to go far into church history for your I mean, the Seventh Ecumenical Council calls the emperor the God-ordained emperor. And most of the time when you talk to these people, whether it's like Fordhamites, Fordham liberals, or like new convert punks to monks pipeline, they don't care about any of that. They just ignore all that. Bananatine emperor, what's up? They just have Americanist presuppositions, and they want the history of the church and the mindset of the church to conform to their Americanist presuppose. There's no different than the boomer docs who are like, "Oh, I'm an American first and Orthodox second." What's up, Banantium?
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. I watched that. Unfortunately, I watched the full debate between you and somehow my now least favorite Shapiro.
Yeah, it was entertaining.
More irritating right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was. People say, "Why do you do these low tier debates?" Well, a lot of people are low tier. A lot of people will watch a low tier debate. That's why, and they're also a lot of fun and they're very entertaining. Also, by the way, I've been focusing on patience maxing. So both Tim Pool and Brian Shapiro were situations where I tried to exercise FDA level patience.
Yeah, I watched that too, and I would say, very, very charitable during this time of year.
Thank you.
Both real Lent and the Devil's Lent, which ends today. I found it just very entertaining how he was so obsessed with your relationship with Alex Jones. It was like,
well, that's all the left has is guilt by association. That's the only thing that if they don't have some dirt on you, then you're bad because you go on this guy's show. That's all they have.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, I remember you explained this on the show pretty in depth, but I remember it's more that Alex had somebody vet who was going to be featured on the show, and it was one of those things he delegated, and then the person was on the show, and he just...
Correct. I think Wolfgang Halbig was a huge mistake. Yeah, and that was the main source of a lot of that.
I think I don't know what that guy does. Outside of I've seen that he does like political commentary type stuff, and he just rants.
Well, the problem is that he's also ended up there was a lot of sus, not true things about him, and then again, like from my vantage point, I've been watching Alex since 2003. The main critique I would have of InfoWars and Alex over the last 2 decades is that Alex has a tendency to bring on people that I think are stupid. I mean, and I love Alex, and Alex is great. Alex is literally who he is. He's not an actor or a fake person. Like, that's who he is. But, like, I'm trying to think of, remember that guy who was like the natural cures guy? What was that guy's name? Kevin Trudeau. Kevin Trudeau, right? Alex would have that guy on. Leo Zagami, like he'd have these like goofballs on. It's like I guess it's media. It's you just got to realize that in media, it's like music or Hollywood. You know what I mean? Like if you're in a band and you were invited to open up for Metallica, right? You don't want to pass up that opportunity because massive crowd, massive exposure. But I mean, I can't stand Metallica, right? And I'm not saying I hate Alex Jones. I love Alex Jones, but like, I mean, it's just how media is. It's like, it's no different than music.
Yeah.
Like,
and I would just say with what Brian was saying, I don't really know what Brian does outside of him doing daily political commentary. I'm not sure what level of delegation he has or whatever in his.
I detect that he aspires to be Destiny.
Yeah,
that's what I
right.
detect.
But I find a lot of times when you hear these types of critiques, when you haven't, or even, I don't know if he has heard the whole story. I'm not sure if he's ever like worked for himself or like been a business owner, because there are so many instances like that at more minor scales. Obviously what happened was bad, but I feel like that's the thing people don't realize. If you work for yourself, some crazy shit's going to happen in regards to something that someone works for you did. It's just very unfortunate that the level of mistake was just amplified because of what Alex does.
Yeah, and it was a few instances I remember. I didn't see the whole trial, but I remember watching when they were grilling Dyer and they were grilling Owen Schroyer, and they were pointing out, particularly with Owen, the lawyers were really hammering him over him just basically reading a Zero Hedge article, and he didn't like look into who the author of the Zero Hedge article was, and that was a big one that swayed the jury. And Owen just kind of said on the stand, like, yeah, I guess I failed my journalism duties. But then, they were asking him, well, like, what were you trained in? And he's like, well, I went from sportscasting to InfoWars. So, I mean, sportscasting isn't even technically really journalism. I mean, I've never called myself a journalist. I don't do that. Like Patrick Henningsen, okay, he's a journalist. Candace claims to be a journalist. I don't actually think she is, but whatever. I mean, I just say that I'm an analyst. You could say I analyze stuff, I comment on stuff, but well, that first and foremost, which is a title that I awarded to myself. But
one thing about that guy is, and I told this to Jay privately, is he was using like boomer agitation tactics from like terrestrial radio like 20 years ago.
Which guy?
And if you notice, Jay doesn't even care about, because that would work with somebody who's like very invested in politics.
You're talking about Brian Shapiro in the debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's operating like this is like 2005 boomer era politics. It was crazy.
Yeah, and so he thought he was going to make you mad by like saying certain things about Republicans that would like in a debate with somebody who's like super invested in like the Republican Party, would
exactly
just, like, get pissed off at. Yeah. And Jay didn't respond to it. Jay's like, yeah, you didn't. Half asleep. Jay's half asleep through the debate, and so that guy, he exists in this world, which it's funny. Like anybody who comes onto these live streams or follows anything that Jay or Father Deacon or anything, you guys really have it good, because you exist in a world like people think about logical fallacies on a daily basis, and the rest of the world exists in the sphere that guy comes out of.
Exactly.
You're bitching about like who's your friend? Because if you're friends with that guy, then I'm not gonna be friends with you. Like, that's the real world.
Exactly. That's exactly right. That's why after that debate, when a couple days later when I did the live stream analyzing it, it hit me. I was like, man, we live in different realities, dude. We live in a totally different reality than these people.
And last thing, I just found that what was very entertaining, to speak more to what JR, what you were saying, was like, he kept trying to pin you down into MAGA Republican, which just made me feel like A, he wasn't listening to you, and
right.
B, he had done no research prior, because I'm like, you literally come out and say, I'm a monarchist, democracy's fake and gay, and that's what they all do as a MAGA Republican. And I'm like, dude, have you been fucking listening to the guy?
No, he doesn't listen. Yeah,
That's
I think.
What all do you ever see it on Face Horde book or X, the leftoids? You object to them, they're like, oh, MAGA,
Yeah.
you maggot, blah, 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 you must be, it's like...
Everything is dialectical, oppositional, Marxist.
Everything yeah, it's just like, Lord. And Jay and I were talking about this when we were at dinner, about when you step out of that dialectic, they can't even process it.
Exactly.
Like he was on like he couldn't even understand what you were saying. That's why if I ever get in a political debate with somebody, let's say in person, I just start at that paradigm. I'm like, I reject everything that you assume.
Exactly.
Women's rights, rights in general,
Equalitarianism, voting.
like everything that, like, and you want to talk about Trump's doing this or that, like, you know, I'm in a total, and they don't even know what to say because they always think you're going to play political sports ball.
Right.
In
Exactly.
court. That's what they're used to. So when you come out in a whole different outside,
Well, and again, remember, democracy is a religion for these people, right? Like Hoppe said, right? The God that failed. Well, I mean, that's why I was hoping that we would get to that. I was eager to say democracy is fake and gay because it just melted his brain. He was like, what? Because that's their God, dude. Their deity is, you know, quote, the people.
Because the weird like back and forth that seems to always happen in like political conversation.
Another thing he did multiple times, which, you know, going back to this would be like boomer sphere terrestrial radio debates, you know, Rush Limbaugh debating some libtard, and it was he kept doing this to Jay, and that's what was so funny. I was cracking up listening to it because Jay just like let it breeze past him, or like I said, he was like nodding off because this guy's like a total buffoon. But he would say something like, you know, oh, and then there's democracy, and of course you would agree that democracy is the greatest thing, you know, in the world, right? And he kept saying you would agree. It was like the you would agree fallacy.
Yeah.
You know, he kept saying like there's these things that we definitely agree on. I know for a fact that you would not disagree with this.
And then if you disagree with it, he's gonna attack your character immediately.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was like arguing with a teenager, basically. I felt like, you know, this is the type of argument I would have with my friends when I was like 17, and we're all idiots arguing over stupid stuff. But it's like this dude is still 17. He's only 17, right? Winger was actually singing about Brian Shapiro, not some chick, right?
Hey, well, Jay, all right, so I didn't get to watch the live stream. Well, technically I didn't watch. I just listened back to it earlier today while I was working, and I kind of like it was pretty funny because I was actually getting pissed off, you know, listening to it at a certain point, and there was a super chat that came in and asked, you know, like why are you wasting your time with it? And I found myself agreeing with him, but probably for a different reason. Like I actually want you to, you know, like do these. Like go on these platforms, like whether it's Temple or whoever else, like, you know, to get you in front of as many people as possible, you know, to get you and, you know, everything we're pushing as like to as many people as possible. But I realized what was pissing me off is it's actually what John was just saying. Like he's trying to pigeonhole you into just like every single time. We interact with any of these people, they try and pigeonhole you into defending Donald Trump. Like, we don't give a fuck about Donald Trump, man. Like, and that's really what actually pisses me off every single time. They cannot get past this false left-right dialectic. They can't work themselves out of it, like, at all.
Well, that's because everything for leftists, socialists, Marxists, and even some of the libertarian types is dialectics. Everything is a dialectic of oppression, whether it's capitalist versus, you know, the workers, you know, or, you know, the corporation versus the wage slave, or the, you know, people, the white supremacists versus the BIPOC people that are oppressed. Like everything is literally cashed out for them in dialectical opposition and struggle. And I mean, it's thoroughly Marxist because that's actually what the Marxists all said. Life is struggle. Everything is struggle. You must always struggle. Even if you have victories, the next generation of Marxists has to struggle against the oppression of the regime and the establishment that just got into power. It's never ending culture critique and opposition and negation is the religion. So that's ultimately, you could say, the satanic foundation of all this, because what is Satan's original job? He's the original schismatic, the original divider. If that makes sense. Well, Benantium, anything else? Or H. Bros, anything else?
No, I mean, just kind of, it's just kind of crazy that the entire conversation, I think, kind of boiled down to he was expecting you to be a basic bitch MAGA guy, and then you kind of come in with some curveballs about I'm a monarchist, and then also in the context of where you were speaking about, like, I don't want to say women's issues, maybe that's not the right phrase. He wasn't able to understand at any point in the conversation when you would make a comment like, well, if I am a misogynist, why would it matter? He just wasn't able to, like, even get down to the level of understanding.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was a self-conscious relativist and being performative, or if he actually literally just could not understand. Like, could he literally not understand it, or did he not want to understand it?
That nigga has no clue what relativism is, man. I don't know if you caught his debate with Andrew. He has no idea how to grasp like any deeper philosophical.
I didn't think so, right? Because in the debate, I asked him multiple times different questions. Like, well, wait a minute, I'm not sure you actually know even what this is, and he never did answer any of them. So I think he probably didn't. But
another thing about him too, which you find with a lot of people like this, and like even when I listen to interviews with musicians or like movie stars or something, the world revolves around them.
Yeah.
And that guy kept using himself as the self-referential.
Yep.
It was all about him, his feelings, his opinions. He must have said my opinion like 5,000 times in that conversation.
Yeah. It's like a 17-year-old, right? The world revolves around them. They've not matured to the point of understanding, well, there's an objective world out there, and there's your subjective feelings and experiences, and they're not identical. So, exactly. JDA, JDAR Archive, Great Clips channel. What's up, man?
Hi, Jay.
Hey.
So, first of all, I wanted to tell you, like, you are attacking giraffes all this time. When will you actually debate one?
Look, every time I've tried to get a giraffe to debate, they don't even reply. Again, proof that they don't exist. So when you show me visible empirical proof of a giraffe, I will believe in it. But until then, I'm giraffe atheist. I'm a giratheist.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about, have you seen Agent's video about Holy Fire being fake?
I have not seen that. I heard somebody saying that he did a video, though. No, I've not seen it yet.
So yeah, I wanted to ask Father Ananias about that.
Sure,
So,
go ahead. FDA, are you there?
Yeah. So what is the church's opinion on it? Like, if the Holy Fire is like fake, could that refute orthodoxy? But
no, not anymore. I mean, you have to think about, as Jay and I was talking about, systemic defeaters. Yes, we all believe in that. I would certainly say we know it. But if you're asking me like a hypothetical situation, you know, what if it was wrong? Well, it's not an ecumenical council. It's not. There's nothing essential to the system of orthodoxy that has to be true. It just is true, and we know it to be true. Does that make sense? But if you ask theoretical, what if it was wrong? It'd be like, well, it's not an infallible statement from an ecumenical council, so yeah, I wouldn't do anything. But it's stupid. There's so much evidence. You've got to be a retard, which is probably what these people are. Actually, should be more charitable. They're retarded, so I give them a break.
Well, yeah, Monophysites. So dude, these people are.
Are you kidding me?
The Monophysites, dude. They're like the Orthodox version of Muslims. They're Muslims, basically.
Poor people, man. Yeah, they're like Muslims. These poor people can't even count. So they don't even know what evidence is, and they're
That's an interesting angle, though. I don't think we've seen any of the Orientals yet argue that Orthodoxy is refuted because of Holy Fire. I mean, wouldn't that kind of undercut all? I mean, from their vantage point, it would kind of undercut all orthodoxy, right? Including Oriental Orthodoxy, it seems like.
Yes, he like made a 12-minute intro for the video where he was like rambling on how it broke his heart to make this video.
Yeah, right.
Also, like Harrison talked about it on the Alex Jones show.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw he mentioned it. Yeah, that was crazy.
That's all I had to say. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. And great clips channel. You're doing really good stuff, man. Thank you for doing that. And guys, if you're listening and you want to do clips channels, feel free. My only request is that you link it back to the main channel. But yeah, have fun with it and you know, clip all you want. Dyer Archive and Dyer Central, Menestheus, and a couple others have been popping off. Esther Hollywood Archive popping off. One of those almost has 100,000. No, one of them got like 200,000 because if you count X, the Hitman Epstein connection, that was pretty crazy. So we got some super chats here from our big fat super chatter, JP Thompson. He says, please call or text reply. He is the opposition. Who's the opposition? I appreciate these big fat super chats, but who are you talking about? Can I text you the email evidence that takes too long if you need these warbucks? You can call me the Pay Piggy or Daddy Warbucks. It's time to flourish. Well, I appreciate that, but who are you talking about is the enemy? And I don't usually like to give out the text on email. I mean, excuse me, on online or whatever. People, it's weird too, because when I try to schedule a lot of podcasts, everybody's like, call me, what's your cell phone? I'm from an era where like, I don't like giving out my phone number. And this is because frickin' Albrecht and Lofton had my phone number. And I've regretted that ever since, because when them goobers had my phone number, what you can imagine what happened.
You're traumatized by Albrecht having your phone number.
Well, because it went to Lofton and then it went on the internet, so I had to change my phone number. So
even before it got on the internet, you were just scared that he was going to call you in the middle of the night.
No. Well, by the way, the downside, that's a double-sided sword there, double-edged sword, because I have Albrecht's number too, which I did not put on the internet, but you can cause a huge hassle, right? Because then a person has to go change the number, and then that messes up all this crap that you have logged in, and everybody else has it's just a huge mess. But anyway, JP Thompson, I appreciate the fat super chats, but you want to send a pure maple? Well, I do have a public PO box. So the PO box is, and I'll put that in the, what's the Paris Paris PO, let's see, PO box 129, Paris, Tennessee 38242, and that is our business address. So appreciate that, JP. That's a big fat bunch of super chats there. Let me make sure I got them all, because you got several ones here. Let's see, that one. I think there's one more here. Let me find that one. Two more here. No, we did that one. So the next one. I need an email to share you photos. If you guys do want to reach out to me, you can email me. If you come over to the website, in the About section, I have a business email right here. Is it not on there? Okay, well, I thought it was on there. It's antonio.danza777@gmail.com. I don't mind if people email me on that business email. It's fine. I get many emails every day. So I'll put it in the chat again for you guys here. Antonio.danza777@gmail.com. There is my email right there. Let's make sure I got all these super chats here. Octavian says, why do you always run away from feminist, Zionist, religious worldview debates? You have to be joking. Like, that's all we've done. Surely you're joking. Snaggle Beast. Jay is too mean. We have to go to another channel. Everyone should mass exodus. Yes, absolutely. Subway Whiteboard says, Jay is so mean. I'm out of here. These people are joking. Let's see. There was a question about Father Stephen Young and Samson. I am of the opinion, I've always thought that Samson would be a saint. I understand his arguments. I did one time see an icon of Samson, although that could be a non-canonical icon. To me, it just seems like the point of the story is that he did still find redemption, much like the thief on the cross. Now, the fact that there's not an icon or an akathist doesn't even necessarily mean that they're not in heaven. It means that they may not be a saint. So that may be the case. They may not be a saint for the Orthodox Church, although they may be in heaven. Of course, obviously, there are many people who are in heaven who are not necessarily calendar saints. So, I could see the logic of why he wouldn't necessarily be a calendar. It's kind of similar to Solomon, right? Like Solomon might be saved, but not a saint. Samson might be saved, but not a saint. But yeah, obviously it's not like a hill to die on. Like I'm not going to fight to the death that Samson is a saint, but here's a good question. FDA, is the thief on the cross, does he have an icon? Do we know? I know in tradition they have names, right? Is he considered a saint?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's a good question. I better ask AI on.
Yeah, well, Grok is the final arbiter of all Gemini. Let's talk God $10. The closest they've officially gotten to cloning is actually with the Dyer wolves. Well, I'm right here, dude, and I'm the only one, so I'm going to have to disagree. They made 3 dire wolves, but they're used to gene editing, blah, blah, blah. They're not actually dire wolves. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, when they actually explain what cloning is, it ends up being like, oh, yeah, we cloned a pig, but it's like 5% of the other pig. Well, in that case, everything is cloning. So, I don't know. I don't know what cloning is, right? I don't know. Michael, the Night Dragon, is the engineer, and he says for $10, thank you, Jay. I'm pursuing actually electrical engineering degree with a focus in energy production. He's an Essence energy producer, man. He says, I'm going to be focusing on weapons, and dude's over here making directed energy weapons. I'm about to say that he's my handler, and I'm a targeted individual, and he's directed energy weapon cooking me right now as I try to live stream. He says the technology is moving so slow. I believe it's on purpose. Yeah, I think I don't know a lot about corporate espionage and this kind of stuff, but I know that it happens, that they will buy up patents and suppress technologies that would revolutionize. So that absolutely happens. And yeah, I don't doubt that that's happening in your domain. My dad was in the Navy, and he said in the 1970s and 80s, they were already fitting out the Navy ships with directed energy weapons, aka like microwaves and lasers. So yeah, who knows? But it's not, I don't think any Orthodox priest is going to tell you that it's ethically compromising to be in the Navy or something like that. I've never heard that. Or to be an engineer. FDA, I assume you would agree. Like if somebody asked, if a parishioner said, hey, FDA, is it a compromise of my orthodoxy to work in naval weaponry?
No, of course not.
Okay, just checking. Have you ever had a military guy or an engineering guy ask something like that? Okay.
And again, put it this way. There's nothing in principle that says that. Now, if your conscience is bothering you, if you're like, I know this bomb is gonna go exactly where it's gonna go for some, bomb innocent children or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Then obviously that's different. But there's the plausible deniability. You're so far removed from that you're not, there is kind of a civic duty to support your state. Yeah, it makes mistakes and stuff like that. But is it really any different than, if you make that argument that it's like, well, we've been in unjust wars and stuff like that, and I don't think I should be.
Well, that's fine, yeah.
You make an argument that I shouldn't pay my taxes because the state does incorrect stuff with our money. Do you see it opens up a whole can of worms? But if it really bothers you, if you really have a conflict in your like have your priest you confess to or a spiritual father guide you through.
Well, also, and like when young guys say, "Oh, should I join the military?" Well, it's not that the military is bad. We're not Marcionites, but do you want to fight wars for Israel? I don't. Right? Would you agree?
Yeah, exactly. Like, so, I mean, I would probably recommend, I wouldn't dictate, but I would basically say, you know, I probably wouldn't join the military. I'd advise people from doing that.
Yeah.
Because of these. Are you wrong for morally wrong for doing it? I wouldn't go that far. I'd just be like, yeah, it's not a good idea. It's fake and gay anyways. And you're going to get probably psyoped and trauma-based mind control therapy done on you and come out with PTSD for fighting to die for Israel. Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't.
And most of the time, remember too, the military, I mean, they've had a history, it may not be bad now, but they've had a history of, you know, giving soldiers experimental stabbies, you know, not treating them well, veterans benefits not being that great, getting screwed over. So remember, it's not just a question of, I'm going to be a patriot and serve my country. It's a question of, okay, but is your country run by a bunch of corrupt goblins and are they going to screw you over? Right. So you have to think about it realistically and not trying to make it just some simple good guy. Boom, I like my country. I love kill the bad people. Like it's not. That's not reality. That's childish. So,
It's puritanical in both ways, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, if my government and military ever involved stuff, well, I can't be. I'm morally contaminated then if I participate and vice versa. There's a moral puritanism too. It's like just be pragmatic about it.
Right.
Like quit being.
Yeah, wisdom is.
That doesn't mean there aren't cases that are clearly like, yeah, you definitely shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a situation where there's an easy answer. And you know, wisdom is the application of knowledge to the right time, to the right situation, and wisdom is in short supply. So, H. Braz, you want to say something?
Yeah, you got a super chat during that live stream you did, you know, reviewing the Shapiro debate, and it was asking if you, well, maybe somebody called in, I'm not even sure, I don't remember all that well, but somebody asked about a draft.
Oh yeah.
I guess I heard what you had to say. I wanted to see what FDA had to say. I mean, I don't see it getting that far. Yeah,
I doubt it would. Yeah, I don't
see anything like that happen.
I doubt we need that, but I mean, I don't think you're not a coward if you don't want to die for Israel. That's retarded.
Yeah, well, like as far as that goes, like I'm like if there's anybody, and obviously I know there is. I'm not talking about like Mark Levins, like actual Jews that pushing this. Obviously, we know what their position would be. But if there's if there are any like young white guys that actually think that maybe aren't locked in enough, or they are and they just disagree with the opposing position, and they actually think this has something to do with America still being like the land of the brave and home of the free. Like I don't know what the fuck to tell them, man. Like this is about Israel, dog. Like
yeah,
you're dying for Jews. It's just that damn simple. You're dying for Jews. Simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's also, I'm sure, a military-industrial complex angle on it as well, which would be even beyond if it's not for Israel. Like, well, I don't want to die to make sure that Subway and Coke and Pepsi, make it into Yemen. Like, I'm not dying for that. I ain't dying for Coke and Pepsi, dude. But Fortescue says for $10, I want to become Orthodox. There's a lot of Orthodox churches in Los Angeles. I'm trying to research and follow the videos. I'm confused. How do I go about choosing? Well, I would not worry too much about the jurisdiction. I would obviously don't go to Coptic. That's not a canonical Orthodox church. But it's not really a huge issue in the long run, whether you're at a Greek church, an Antiochian church, a Serbian church, a Romanian church, a Russian church, whatever, OCA, like visit all the ones that are near you and figure out the one that's the best fit. Every church is going to have unique sets of problems. So I can't tell you I don't know Los Angeles Orthodox churches. So I don't know. Can't tell you, but go ahead, FDI. You may.
Well, we have a Serbian cathedral there.
Mm-hmm.
The parish priest is Father Nico. Bishop Maxim's there. Let's see. I do have a friend that I grew up with who's the assistant priest at St. Sophia's, but it's a Greek church, and they wear the filioque collar. And you have to deal with Tom Hanks and being a parishioner there, and Ariana Huffington.
I would not. I wouldn't go to church with Tom Hanks and Ariana Huffington. I'll tell you that.
All right. Let me think about other. There is the Rocourt Cathedral right next to the headquarters of Church of Scientology.
Interesting.
So you can go to church with Tom Coomer next door to Tom Coomer's. No, but that's actually a good parish. But
Well, why don't you guys just go to the road, then go next door and invite Tom Coombe over to the liturgy?
Okay, let me think of another. Father John Tomasi's church in Culver City. He's a great priest, small kind of mission parish in a strip mall kind of thing.
What jurisdiction is that one?
OCA.
Okay.
Like it depends. Do you want it ethnic or do you want it?
He doesn't know. He's like, I'm new to Orthodoxy and I'm in LA. What do I do? Okay.
You could go to. I think it's the same person that wrote me.
Okay.
You could go to St. Barnabas. You'd probably in Costa Mesa, California. That's where Father Turbo and all of us were baptized, and it's really that's probably one of the best parishes. If you're coming, outside of Orthodoxy and you're American, I mean, you'll feel really comfortable there. It's not ethnic at all. It's got a vibe of it. The people that are really friendly and welcoming. So I would probably recommend that, and that's just right off the 405 there, so it's easy to get to. And then their sister parish is St. Luke's in Garden Grove. And I just served at the mission parish when I was visiting in Pomona. That seems to be a good convert church too. So there's a lot of good. But check out St. Barnabas. That'd be probably number one on my list.
Flavia says for $20. Do you have any thoughts on Rocourt? I mean, yeah, I've been in Rocourt for the last 7 years. My experiences have pretty much all been good.
You mean the KGB church?
The KGB church. He says I'm finding out that mine is very much based. I have issues and questions about the calendar. He says the calendar, they're on the, well, I mean, I wouldn't worry about the calendar. That's not the main issue. If you're, new to attending Orthodox church, just focus on the big things. Don't worry about getting into the minutia. But yeah, I've never had a bad experience. I'm sure every jurisdiction has
singing the tones and the melody that I like. Everybody asking about calendar questions? Has anybody thought about that? What if they're doing a tone in a different melody?
We should make you the Pope of the Orthodox Church, and then everything would be fine. Kips, he's disagreeing. Kips, what's up? Unmute, Kips.
LeBron.
My recommendations.
We got LeBron here. LeBron disagrees. Or Allen Iverson. What's up, Kips? Unmute. You thumb down. Do you want to talk or not? You got to unmute, man. All right. You're thumbing down, but you're muted. Unmute your mic, bro. Okay, so you just want to come up here and thumb down and cry. Okay, goodbye. Appreciate that. Gabriel, what's up? Let's talk gods for $5. I've been called a Middle Eastern because for 4 days I have said Iran is a terrorist state. Well, this is complex, all right, because no matter how you critique Israel and Iran, every side is going to call you the other side, right? So if you critique Israel, they're going to call you a Muslim terrorist. If you critique Iran, they're going to call you a Zionist. So I don't like either one of those, and I wouldn't worry about what people call you. What's up, Gabriel?
What's up, Jay? It's a good subject you're on. Like, it has a lot to do with what I wanted to comment on.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you want to debate or maybe just take it as a thought question.
Either way, what's up?
Okay, so you were talking about the military service, right?
Mm-hmm.
A while before, and I was thinking about how, like, many Orthodox Christians, fought for Stalin, and they were, they were defending their motherland. They were defending it against, very demonic hordes.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, well, right now it would be the other way around. Like, if you would join the U.S. military, it's practically like fighting for, Antichrist and pedophiles.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's something to keep in mind. Like, beyond whatever the ideology of the nation is, what is the actual battle for? What is the war fighting?
Well, I don't think you can universally say that everybody who's in the U.S. military is fighting for pedophiles. That seems like a fallacy to me.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I thought you were saying that. My bad.
Like receiving orders from.
Well, I mean, Paul calls Nero, who was an antichrist, the providentially ordained authority. So even if the authority is wicked, we don't automatically say that they're not an authority because they're wicked, but you have to obey the higher authority. And when you have a voluntary choice, it's different, right? So, like, the question of a person in the military and you get an evil leader, that's a different question from I'm not in the military. I'm going to voluntarily sign up to fight for something, right? Versus being drafted. I mean, that's why there's nuance. It's not a one size fits all. So I'm not understanding what you want to debate.
Yeah, what I want to go to is to like this nuance of alliances. Even though there's contradictions, like sometimes you have to fight for or with someone that you disagree with because of like a higher cause, a greater evil, for example. And so I wanted to bring this sort of apologetics towards Islam. I don't agree with Islam at all, and I don't agree with Catholics very much either. Though I am culturally a Catholic, I don't agree with the Pope or with the Vatican currently. But it's like Catholics, for example, they're a cultural institution. They have deep roots in societies that would not know of Christianity otherwise, and so it's hard to like just toss all that aside, and somehow, in this current historical period, I'm talking both of Catholics and of Shiites specifically, as in forms of perhaps misguided belief, but that there is, like some true belief in amongst the people that allow them to fight against the forces of evil.
Well, again, I don't think, if the papacy is of the forces of evil, then I would say your assessment is not going to work. So you have a different paradigm, a different basis and assessment of what you're going to think is the forces of good versus the forces of evil. If you think that the papacy is a force for good, I don't think it is.
No, I don't think it is, but I think that there are a lot of like Catholic people that are a force for good. Maybe even among
I agree with that. Yeah.
And so, like, sometimes I think in this particular period of history where we see great evil manifesting, and it's probably happened throughout all of history, but it's coming to a sort of tipping point, at least culturally, and in terms of collective consciousness of the evil. And I think sometimes petty squabbles amongst people that are of goodwill, that have.
Again, okay, but this is where the paradigm problem comes back, because between a Christian and a Shiite, it is not a petty squabble if their religion is antichrist. And our position is that whether you're Talmudic or whether you're Shiite, it's equally antichrist.
But can it be equally antichrist when one venerates, Christ as the Christ, not as God, but as,
have you read 1 John?
Yeah.
Okay, what does John say in 1 John?
That whoever does not recognize the Christ
Is what? Is what?
The word.
He says they are what? If you do, in chapter 2, he says if you don't recognize Christ as a Messiah, you are what?
An antichrist. Yeah.
Exactly. And so Shia isn't.
A Messiah.
No, they don't. No, they don't. See, now you're playing stupid Roman Catholic word games, because they do not recognize him as the Messiah. They recognize him as a human prophet. The Messiah is the Messiah of the Hebrew Scriptures, meaning a divine Son of God Messiah who saves us. So this is why Roman Catholics. This is why you guys just play word games. And this is why you think that Muslims, Christians, and Jews worship the same God, when they specifically say God is not a father. How is it the same God when Allah is not God the Father?
Okay, let me try to explain how I see it. Let's say an Orthodox Christian, rural folk, deep in Siberia, they don't have the theological foundations.
Yeah, it's a false analogy. It's a false analogy, because no Orthodox Christian, even an uneducated one, is going to say, I don't believe in God the Father. And I know. Well, then it's a false analogy, because Muslims say, I don't believe in God the Father.
Okay, let me put it another way. If a Muslim, performs good deeds,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Again, you have your whole system is skewing how you assess this question.
PDO performs good deeds. I mean, what is stupid? First of all, who's to say they're actually good deeds?
Exactly.
I mean, they're just superficial.
No. So this is this is just stupid nonsense. Natural theology nonsense.
So if you do outwardly the good deeds, see how pharisaical this is?
This is the Roman Catholic externalist. Yep, it's Roman Catholicism.
And your intention is, but I really want recognition and money. All that matters is the outward fruit.
Just look at. Did you see the SNEAKO picture?
Oh yeah.
SNEAKO goes to Mecca, and all of his buddies are all on their phone taking their pictures about, performatively showing their religious dead works to the world. When I commented underneath that, I was like, your whole religion is external performative acts. And the Muslims were.
I would actually argue, no, that none of them, outside of being in the Orthodox Church, right, living the life, there are no good deeds.
And
I mean, you just fell for basically what? Smoke and mirrors for some. Well, it looks like.
Well, doesn't Jesus say works done like the Pharisees externally to show, even if there were good fruits? He says that those are actually worse than if you're a prostitute. The Pharisees are worse than the prostitutes because to do the religious actions in a performative way, he says they have the reward, right? The reward is the external acceptance, but God doesn't care for that. In fact, it's worse. God hates that. So, no, again.
This whole dialectic, like, we need to join with the Muslims against the Jews. And I'm like, they're just as bad and stupid.
Islam is Talmudic.
They're a weapon of the Jew. Like,
it's the broom of Islam, and you idiots want to join with it. They're just so stupid. Yeah. And by the way, this is the same people who, when you try to explain to them that Muslims don't worship the same God. But it's monotheist. It's the same God. God Abraham. No, it's not. Jesus says Abraham worshiped Jesus. No Muslim says that. In fact, This is the easiest way to hammer this home. Allah says in the Quran, he is not father and he has no sons. Jesus says that his God is God the Father. Therefore, Jesus does not worship Allah. Therefore, it's a different God.
And you saw Dr. C.J. Wade recent, I remember how many months ago it was. He has a little bit different argument than Gary. Actually, it's really interesting. He says that, because it's in terms of monarchical Trinitarianism, that we define God by the Father, right?
Correct.
I believe in one God,
The Father, right.
And an essential attribute of what it means to be God is what then?
Father.
Father. So it means he eternally has a son. So guess what? If you're a Jew, Talmudic, modern Jew, or a Muslim, what do they say? God has no son. That's an essential attribute. And if you deny an essential attribute about any entity or object, guess what? You're no longer talking about it. So
exactly. That's a crucial, that's a kill shot right there.
That's a clearer argument, I think, that an easier argument to get than the Gerby stuff, because people just get lost with the Gerby. But
that's true.
That was easy.
Dixie, what's up? Exactly. Thank you, FT.
Hey, what's up, man? I just have a question, I guess. My debate would be on Christianity being pro-Zionist.
How would Christianity be pro-Zionist when Christianity has been in opposition to Judaism before Zionism ever existed?
Well, I think Judaism and Zionism pretty much go hand in hand, right? Would you disagree in that?
I would, because Zionism has not existed until the 1850s and 60s with Moses Hess, and many Jews themselves who follow their Talmud don't believe that they can even be in the land until they've repented. So no, it's not. It's not. They don't go together.
The promised land and stuff coming out of the Bible, though.
Okay, so this is
just trying to fulfill Old Testament prophecy.
No, Zionism is not a fulfillment of prophecy. All the original Zionists were quasi-religious and didn't even care about the text, whether it's Chaim Weizmann or Theodor Herzl or Moses Hess. They're like pantheists and deists and agnostic. So no.
So what about the Old Testament deriving from Judaism? You guys, as Christians, don't have a problem with that?
No, every Christian who's an Orthodox Christian accepts the Old Testament, and all the Old Testament points to the fulfillment in the person of Christ. So, for example, the land of Israel and the nation state of Israel is a type of the church. Now that the church has come, that's all fulfilled.
So Israel, you do not see as a people at all. It's the church.
Israel of the Old Testament is a type of the church. The church is a fulfillment of that. All Galatians 3 and 4 and Galatians 6:16. There are still people who are called Jews, but they don't have a right to some homeland in the Middle East.
Okay, and then do you
not even theologically connected? Not only are they ethnically not connected, they're not even theologically connected.
So you think that the Jews of the Old Testament are different genetically than the Jews today?
Well, Judaism is multifaceted, so there's an ethnic and a religious component, and it can kind of shift back and forth between either one. But there is a connection, loosely speaking, with Jewish people, because all the church fathers after the time of Christ still admit Jews to be Jews. So yes, there are Jews and there is Judaism, but they don't have a...
Would Christ be the same Jews as the Jews back then?
Rabbinical Judaism took significant shifts after the 2nd and 3rd century. Let me finish. All right, why do you keep interrupting me if you're not going to let me answer the questions?
Well, you were answering it incorrectly, so I was trying to...
I wasn't answering it incorrectly. You didn't know half of the questions you asked me. You didn't even know half of what the answers actually were. So how do you know that it's incorrect?
I was specifically honing in on the racial component.
Yeah, but Judaism is not only a racial, it's not only a racial religion. So what are you even talking about?
I'm asking if Christ himself was racially Jewish.
Yes, he had to be to fulfill the promises to Abraham, to David, to Moses, etc.
Would you say that Jews are an enemy of Christians, the racial Jews, not just religiously? Would you say they're enemies of Christians?
Yeah, they themselves hate Christianity and Christ, sure.
Okay, so then Christ comes from the same fold as your guys' spiritual enemy and racial enemy.
So again, this is so super low tier because, well, you didn't let me finish.
Logically, like, this is retarded. You can't be this retarded. He didn't say they're biologically determined to be enemies of our God. What he said is there's an ethnic, a racial element to that, right? What makes somebody enemies with God is they deny Christ. They deny God. So yeah, there is an ethnic group, right? But you seem to have some type of Darwinian, like, well, racial groups are biologically determined to...
They are. There's racial differences.
Well, that's why...
Well, oh, that's a non sequitur. Hold on.
With God, then you're a retard.
Also, the fact that there's racial differences does not equate to it being being determined. So that was another non sequitur.
But if there's racial differences, then how could one of the differences not be inherently that they go against God and God's word, right? Isn't the whole...
Because Judaism is not only a race.
Yeah. Correct. It's not only a race, right?
Okay, well then that's the answer to your own question. That's your answer to your own question.
So if there's racial differences, you're telling me that it has to come from a religious base to go against God. It can't be racially instilled in someone.
Judaism is not strictly a race because Abraham himself, for example, was a convert to monotheism of that time, which we don't think is the Judaism of today. So we think Abraham worshiped and believed in Christ. So the true monotheism, so to speak, is Christian Trinitarianism, and we think that the Trinity is the God of the Old Testament. Judaism that we know of today as Rabbinic Judaism in the 2nd and 3rd century deviated and went away from that tradition of Hebrew, quote, monotheism towards what Rabbinic philosophy is today. And this is actually what Jewish scholars themselves admit, that there's a significant departure of Rabbinic Judaism in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th century. This is where you get the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, the Jerusalem Talmud. They come out of that time frame largely as a reaction to Christianity.
So how would Abraham be able to worship Christ if Christ hasn't fulfilled any of the prophecies in Abraham's time yet?
Because Abraham is eating his meal with Jesus, because Jesus is the creator of the world. This is the doctrine of the Trinity.
So when the three angels revealed themselves to Abraham, you think one of them was Jesus incarnate in the flesh?
Yes, Jesus says that in John 8, and Jesus also says that Moses worshipped him and that he was the one in the burning bush, that he was the one, he's the creator of the world, John 1. So yeah, it's called theophanies.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys letting me come up and ask questions. I appreciate it, man.
Latency, what's up? Yeah, I have a whole debate with, every time I debate the Muslims, we end up, like, if you watch the Daniel Hakikachu debate, I'm arguing about Christ in the Old Testament. The Old Testament teaches the Trinity, etc. So all of that proves kind of what we were getting at there. Ephraimite, what's up? Latency can't connect. Ephraimite, what's up? Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? Hey man, I was just curious on the Orthodox position, because I've been on Twitter today, and I've been seeing all these posts by people saying penal substitutionary atonement is Orthodox, and obviously
no, it's not. You can just watch we already covered this in the first hour of today's live stream, and you can watch the live stream that Cleave to Antiquity and Alex Soren and Father Stephen DeYoung and Father Ananias just did, that I posted in the Discord. It's on whose channel was that on? Cleave's?
It was on Cleave's. And
Yep.
by the way, just a recommendation: don't get your theology from anonymous children. I call it and most of these people are children. They're furries. We don't even know. They're anonymous. We don't even know if they're Orthodox. They have no authority. It's just basically Protestant. They're going to quote mine. They're going to confuse you. They never bring clarity. So you can, speaking about judging a tree by its fruits, they equivocate on words. Most of these people who are involved in these groups and listen to them eventually apostatize. So why are we getting our theology from Lord of the Flies theology? Like, this is crazy.
It is insane. J Mel says for $20, are you going to interview or panel Stephen DeYoung? Father Stephen DeYoung, he likes you. He's a good author. Yeah. Well, again, the only reason that we haven't done that yet is because I want to read more of Religion of the Apostles. I've only read the first 2 chapters, which are great, making a lot of the arguments that we've been making as well. I'm not saying he got it from me. Obviously, he's been aware of these for a long time. I'm not saying that at all. But I wanted to get more of the book done. And also, it's not impossible to do interviews on the road. It's just difficult. So when we get back in a while, in the next few weeks, yes, I'll definitely set up an interview with him. There's a lot of subjects I want to cover when you get into the PSA stuff. I want to get into the theophanies, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, absolutely. No, I tweeted out his book, by the way, when I bought it, and that tweet got like 80,000 views. It's crazy. Blessed Up Chuck says for $15. I'm currently pulled in the Orthodox direction. Thank you to you. Thank you to Andrew. Part of what got me started was questioning Baptist theology and general Protestant theology. Also, John Wesley's idea of entire sanctification. How close is that to theosis, if at all? Not really. I mean, there might be some overlap with that, but I mean, I don't think we're not holy rollers. So Orthodox theology is not puritanical. It's not this Protestant idea of like, I don't drink and I don't smoke, and it's much more. It's a lot deeper than that, I guess is what I want to say. And theosis is participation in the uncreated energies. Well, John Wesley obviously does not teach that we participate in the uncreated energies. So a little bit of overlap, but obviously vast differences and a lot more sophistication and depth, I think, with the Orthodox position. And also, the Orthodox position is a position of the church of the first 1,000 years. So when you're reading those church fathers, you're going to notice they're not talking like John Wesley, right? They're not saying, Methodism. They're teaching what we teach. So I think that's the biggest draw to Orthodoxy. And by the way, I know Cleve talked about it. He had one of those guys that recently converted. Many, many, many people every day. There's like YouTubers and YouTube videos. Why I'm converting to Orthodoxy. Why I'm becoming Orthodox. I looked the other day. I was telling Jamie, I saw multiple, and I mean, they're not like million people channels, but it's like tons of Protestants are converting to Orthodoxy. I mean, even to the point that mainstream media outlets are beginning to pick up on this and ask, why are young men converting to Orthodoxy? Even some young women are converted. It's because they're all white supremacists. You got a Japanese chick converted to Orthodoxy, white supremacists. It's because people are watching the debates. They're reading books. They're looking for authentic expression of, tradition and worshiping God. They don't want guitar masses. They don't want rainbow flags of the church. They want authenticity. And sorry, but papism's fake and gay. Protestant churches are largely fake and gay. So that doesn't leave a lot of options. If you try to become a trad cat, you join an institution where the top of the institution absolutely hates you and tries to shut you down. So they don't want your Latin mass. So have fun with that. I spent 10 years in that world and finally came to the realization, why am I defending an institution, aka the papacy, that actually hates my Latin mass chapel? Why am I working so hard to defend my enemies? It's some kind of weird Stockholm syndrome. Ray, what's up? Ray, you want to unmute?
Hello, Jay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm Peter Venkman. You're Ray. Where's he gone?
Yeah, can you hear me, Jay?
Yes, I'm Peter Venkman. You're Ray. Where's Egon? Where's Winston Zedmore?
I had a quick question regarding tag. Are you taking tag?
You have the tag master here, Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. Yes.
All right, sounds good. I had a quick question on the justification of tag. So I can understand that the Orthodox position is the only one that can actually coherently justify tag because of the essence energy distinction, correct?
Well, I mean, that's a long route if you're maybe arguing about religious stuff, but I don't.
I'm just keeping it brief, but would that be...
I mean, I would say it's part of the worldview, but I wouldn't immediately go from tag to essence energy distinction, but it's entailed.
Do you mind going into the justification for it?
Well, FDA, how would you say that? What would you say to somebody who said, well, how do you justify your religious view from tag?
Well, first of all, it matches history, right? So these aren't special pleading criteria. what everybody would want. It makes the things like the essence energies, right? The fact that God is a Trinity, what's said about God, everything contained, and I call it recursive, right? Because from that one principle, the entire story is contained in there. And it's all of those things. That's why we say kataholos, that give a positive account of satisfying the conditions for the possibility of knowledge, morality, the laws of nature, regularity of nature, etc. And it claims to be uniquely so. So that's actually interesting. I don't even have to do reductio of the other arguments. If it satisfies the conditions for the possibility of knowledge and it says it's uniquely so, it means the rest of them are false. Now I can look and do, because people are usually curious, like, well, how do I know if, I'm like, I can do that if you want me to. I can do the impossibility of the contrary, but it's not necessary because it fulfills all the criteria and it claims to be uniquely so. So I already know that all the others are false. But if you want me to, I could go through too. Part of the justification is I could do an impossibility of the contrary. It's not a trinity, can't account for knowledge. You don't have essence energies. If God's not personal, if it doesn't match history, right? I could keep going through and through and show you how none of the other systems could ever possibly work. If it's based on a natural theology, it's a contradiction, right? I could do that, but there's a positive account contained within the revelation itself that accounts for everything you need, and it gives us a unique claim to that. So that's justification.
JP says for $10, can I call? I have had the same cell phone number for 20 years. I just don't give out my number online. I mean, I appreciate that, but he says Satan.
But if you pay me enough, I will give you.
FDA says he will give you every phone number if you give him enough money. JP says $50. Satan is. Well, he does exist. Absolutely. What's the matter? $10. How would you refute Thomistic essentialism? They are using this against EED, essence energy distinction. I don't know how how asserting what Thomism believes would refute the essence energy distinction. The essence energy distinction is not a metaphysical speculation. It's a revelation from the scriptures. Okay. The New Testament teaches many, many places, Paul's epistles, that what we participate in is the energeia of God, the energies of God. And Thomism explicitly teaches that what we participate in is a created supernatural accident. Well, God's grace and life and divinity and glory are not created. If you read the debate between Barlium and Palamos, it's a little 100-page book. You can see very clearly that if we participate in God and God's not a creature, then it has to be an uncreated energy, because nobody believes we participate in the divine essence. So those are easy routes to, quote, Thomistic essentialism. But another way to approach refuting this is that Thomistic essentialism is a dogmatic metaphysical position. And how do I know that Thomistic essentialism is the case without accepting the axioms of the basic principles of Thomism first and foremost? And that's what modern philosophy does, is that it shifted away from the primacy of metaphysics to epistemology and asking after the Enlightenment, well, wait a minute, you've got all this metaphysical assertion, but how do you actually know that that's the case? Okay, so no Thomist can ever actually justify their axioms and their starting points and their first principles. That's why they never want to go into that. They want to just assert Thomism over and over and over. And none of them will ever debate the epistemology. We've been asking them for years to do it. We had one debate with Trent Horn 5 years ago on natural theology, and Trent went so far as to say there's no Trinity in the Old Testament. So that's where denying the essence energy distinction leads you. Zane, $10. The thief on the cross does have an icon. I have it. It is Saint Dismas. I knew that they had names, and because I remember this from even when I was Catholic, right? It's Cosmas and Dismas, right? But I didn't know if they had an Orthodox icon, so it's cool to see that they did. But Compendium says, I never thought Jay would admit to being a furry. Dyer wolf. Ha ha ha. Good one. Zane says, he is not canonized by the church, but he's regarded as a saint for the virtue Christ himself accepting him into paradise. Are you talking about the thief on the cross or Samson? I'm not sure. Did you want to say something, Squirrel?
Yeah, it just seemed like a chill stream, so I just wanted to bounce this off of you real quick.
Sure.
I've been going down a bit of a Lord of Spirits, Stephen DeYoung wormhole lately.
Okay.
And I had a bit of a concept of if the serpent in the garden, who supposedly the devil, when he's cursed to eat dust, he's cursed to eat death because we were made from dust.
Mm-hmm.
Then, and most of these sacrifices all throughout the Bible are food sacrifices that we are sitting down and eating a meal with God.
Correct.
And that's kind of the basis of sacrifice.
Yes.
So then when you see a certain group of people who wave a chicken around their head and put their sins on it and then kill it, then they're not even worried about the food aspect of it. They're worried about the slaughter itself. So if you're sharing a sacrifice of death, particularly with an unclean animal that you put sins on, who are you worshiping? Who are you sharing a meal with?
Ooh, interesting question. Yeah, I heard one of the PSA critiques that Father Stephen was doing. I can't remember if it was the podcast that Cleve and Alex and FDA were on, or if it was a separate one. But he made the point too that when you have the idea of the transference, to the goat in Day of Atonement that's sent out into the wilderness and all that, like those specifically are never involved in the eating. And he was making the argument that there's something that's not the covenantal meal aspect of, the sending the goat into the wilderness, which I thought was interesting. Which, I mean, I think that you can still say that the goat in the wilderness is a type, but it doesn't mean that Christ, in some PSA way, literally becomes sin, because, quote, putting the sin on the animal or whatever that dies in your place. Well, Jesus still dies in our place, right? That's not PSA. It's just simply that he's not being damned by the Father. His human nature is not being damned. He's not literally becoming sin. So I think they just kind of take these, I'm speaking of Protestants and PSA here, they take these ideas and misappropriate them, but they probably misappropriate them because the rabbinic tradition also misappropriates that, as you pointed out. So that's a good.
Well, Stephen DeYoung said too that sins were never placed on animals.
Well, what I'm saying is that he argues that, I thought he argued that whenever that happens, it's not in the context of eating, because I think it does say in Leviticus that there's a symbolic transference to the goat, I thought. But I mean, maybe that's not maybe that's in the Masoretic text or something. I don't know. Did he say that it's never there, or did he say that it's not a proof of PSA?
I can't remember who. I'll have to go back.
All right, so I think this is Leviticus. Let's see what the different because it's Leviticus 17. I can tell you that right now. So, and then we can look at a couple different translations, because I know that I think it's 17, isn't it? The goat.
The goat.
Okay, so this is the scapegoat, right? Oh, is it Leviticus 16? Okay, I got the wrong chapter, excuse me. Okay, so let's look at a couple translations just to see the way that they read Leviticus 16. Let's see. So the NIV, which I think was done by Protestants. So let's see. You know, that's it. Maybe it doesn't actually say that the sins are put on the goat. Maybe that's just an assumption. Okay, here we go. It says, okay, this is it. When Aaron finishes making an atonement for the most holy place, the tent of the meeting and the altar, he will bring forward the live goat. He is to lay both hands on the head of the live goat and confess over it all the wickedness and rebellion of the Israelites, all their sins, and put them on the goat's head. He will then send the goat away into the wilderness in the care of someone appointed to this task. The goat will then carry itself all of their sins to a remote place, and this will release it into the wilderness. Now, that's NIV, so let's check out KJV for
KGB, that's right.
KGB Bible to see what Dugan says in the commentary. I'm joking. KGV says he will lay hands on the head of the goat, confess over it the wickedness and rebellion of the Israelites, all their sins, and put the sins on the goat's head. Okay, so it does read similar to the NIV. The goat will carry the sins into the wilderness. I thought, and I again, I don't even know if I heard the whole podcast. I thought I heard him saying that it's not in the context of eating, right? Because they don't eat this goat.
No, you're right. That's right. Forgive me.
Well, but he might have said that, because I think the Masoretic is different than the Septuagint here. And let's see what Leviticus 16 says in the Septuagint, because I remember being a Protestant, we would always go to Leviticus 16 to argue that, oh, well, this shows you that Jesus has to become sin because the scapegoat becomes the sins of the Israelites, which, I mean, you can't literally put sins on a goat, right? Or a person. It doesn't even make sense ontologically. So it's obviously symbolic.
It's not, sin is not a positive ontological substance.
Right.
It's like that. I bet they think it's sort of like, what was that weird cartoon, that Heavy Metal? Remember that weird cartoon, and like sin's like this like substance. It's like that green thing, and it starts. Did you ever see that weird cartoon movie?
No. Well, it's a substance in John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness.
No, there's a whole bunch of movies like that where it's like literally a like glowing substance.
Yeah.
We'll put it on. Quick, get it. Put it on the goat.
Yeah, quick. Put the it's in John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness. It's funny because the concentrated evil that is matter is actually like Nickelodeon green gack. It's green goo.
That's great. That's
and so it's like,
Why
yeah,
is it always green? I never knew evil had a color.
evil's green. Put the Nickelodeon gack on the Jewish goat and send it into the wilderness for Azazel. Let's see. So it says in the Septuagint translation here at Bible Hub, Aaron will enter into, Aaron will make atonement, the tabernacle witness, and for the altar he will make a cleansing of the priests and bring in a live goat. Aaron shall lay hands on the head of the live goat and will declare over the goat the iniquities of the children of Israel and their unrighteousness and their sins. He will lay upon the head the live goat and shall send him by the hand ready by a man of a ready man into the wilderness. The goat will bear the unrighteousness upon them into the desert, and Aaron shall send a live goat into the wilderness. So it does sound like even in the Septuagint translation here, this is Brenton's Septuagint, that it is a transference of the sin symbolically to the goat. But I've never, it's not in the context of the eating though, right? It's interesting that the goat, which is an unclean animal, or the sheep and the goats, right? So the goat is sent into the wilderness, and they don't eat this goat. So it's like, if you wanted to say that this was the
lamb,
this is, you eat the lamb, not the goat. That's what I understood him to be saying, but I don't remember what the full argument was. But what I got from it was, if you're a Protestant, then wouldn't they be eating the goat? Because maybe a Squirrel wanted to say something else. Go ahead, Squirrel. Oh, Zane says that there is. Zane says for $5, Samson is called Righteous Samson. He has an icon. Now, But let's be clear here. Samson might be in heaven, but not in the calendar, but have a non-canonical icon. That's what I think Father Stephen DeYoung would say. Squirrel, go ahead. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I was just going to touch base more on that because, yeah, since this sin actually is a corrupting force, that they go ahead and send it out of the city, which is an interesting thing that Jesus was sacrificed
Outside the city, yeah, exactly.
But they do not sacrifice the goat with the sins. They sacrifice the other goat, the clean goat.
Oh.
Because you can't sacrifice something that is corrupted.
Oh, that's what he said.
That's what
Thank
it
you for
was.
bringing that up.
That's what it is.
Actually, what his argument was.
Okay.
Yeah. You have to sacrifice the clean things because it's a meal. It's a sacrifice. Something.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was.
The only other time they really lay hands on a sacrificial animal is a bull, but they don't whisper sins to it. They more anoint it to be chosen to be a sacrifice, opposed to putting sins on it. They only put sins on the goat that they do not sacrifice. Thank you for letting me back up.
And it's a green goat. From what?
It's green. It's got to be green.
In Jay's argument, it's got to be a green goat.
And green and slimy. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you for letting me back up. I appreciate it.
It looks, again, there's quite a bit of debate about this. I don't understand why we would, by the way, yeah, in Hebrews 11, hold on, John.
What about the sacrificial giraffe, though?
Well, the giraffes don't exist, so there's no such thing. So,
but those aren't real.
Now it says in Hebrews 11, Samson is lauded for his faith. So this is another indicator for my position that, yeah, Samson is Orthodox. Go ahead. Did you want to say something, FDA?
Oh, sorry. I walked by a spot that it cut out. I was just making a joke that it is real.
Ha ha. Get it. Apparently some jurisdictions honor, allegedly, Samson as righteous Samson. He is in Hebrews 11 as one of the righteous workers of faith. And if I remember, Damek was arguing something like, well, but he was just so, he slept around too much. How could you be a saint? And I'm like, well, Paul was killing Christians. That's even worse. So, like, what do you mean? I just don't understand that line of argumentation. But it may just simply be that he's not called a saint in every jurisdiction, and thus maybe not on the calendar. But you could still be conceivably, I mean, it's like that, the story of Plato, right? That supposedly when the gospel was preached to the dead, Plato was one of the first to believe it or something. So anyway, I don't know. But we're not going to have icons of Plato. So I don't know. To me, it looks like Hebrews 11 and just the story itself is that it's a story of redemption. It's not a story of damnation. Dragod, $10. Jay, did you see the recent tweet from the Roman Catholic Bishop and the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops condemning anti-Semitism and Ted Cruz liking and siding with this tweet? Of course. I mean, again, I've been saying to all these Roman Catholics, your Vatican has already accepted essentially a Judaized position at Vatican II, Nostra Aetate 3, Lumen Gentium 16, John Paul II, super pro, pushing all the same stuff. So they're all out of accord with their own papacy, and it's just a matter of time before they figure this out, even though it should be in their face, obviously. Eric, what's up, man? Okay. Zane says, Samson is not necessarily canonized. I think he means in all the jurisdictions. However, there is an icon. Sergius says, to the guy wondering about which parish in LA, I might be biased, but no one worships like the Slavs. The Slav's liturgy cuts to the soul. JB says for $20, I'm 133 IQ slow boy. How do I call, dude? If you want to call in, it's over here on Twitter. So you sign into Twitter, and the link is in the show description, and you come into the Twitter space. Eric, what's up?
Hey Jay, been listening to you for a long time. I'm a inquirer at a local OCA church, and halfway through the first Thomas Hopko series, volume 4 set.
Cool. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. So I've been an inquirer for about 3 months, and recently, just last week, I came across this church that's also local, Polish National Catholic Church, and they don't follow that the Pope is infallible. They
Right.
don't follow
Yeah.
Nostra Aetate.
They are a schismatic Roman Catholic communion, correct?
I don't know. I don't know much about it. I just
No, I'm saying that's what they is.
seem a lot more in line with Orthodoxy.
Well, they're not though. They would still they're kind of like the old Catholic Church, which was a schism that rejected Vatican I. So the Polish National Catholic Church is similar to it, but a very small, sort of minuscule, still holding on schism.
Yeah, very tiny church.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, not Orthodox, very much like the old Catholics. So no, we would not affirm them. They might have things in common with us, but no, they're not. They're going to teach filioque. They're going to teach a lot of the Roman Catholic stuff that we would reject. So, Alejandro, what's up, man? Guys, thank you so much. If you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. You guys have been generous today. Appreciate that. Very cool.
Hey Jay.
Hey.
So I have a few questions, but I want to ask I don't want to waste your time. So I'm just gonna ask the simple one, because the one I want to ask you, I want to do more research on it first.
Okay.
It's about Job.
But
it's also I'd like to get Father Deacon Ananias'
he may have left. I don't know if he's still in here, but what's the question?
Oh, that's fine.
You can hit him up on Twitter too, but what's up?
Okay. I was wondering, because for a while I didn't have a church to go to, because I never was subscribed to any, because I was doing a lot of research still for a while. Luckily, you helped me along with Father Josiah, guide me to the Orthodox Church. But I never had an Orthodox church near me for a while until this new home where I just moved to this year. And there's a Orthodox church nearby. I just haven't gone because I don't think I'm ready yet. But I plan on going this weekend. But I have been claiming Orthodoxy. Is that allowed, or am I kind of?
I think technically you would need to be a catechumen before beginning to claim to be. I mean, I'm not faulting you. I mean, it could be innocent, but I think, inquiring is fine, but technically inquirer isn't really Orthodox. But if you're a catechumen, if you were to die, you could be considered Orthodox. But go ahead.
Yeah, you would be buried in Orthodox funeral. So I was having a bunch of connection problems. Yeah, if you're a catechumen, you're in the church, and you'd be baptized buried in a Orthodox funeral.
Appreciate that. Trent, what's up, man? Trent Horn, what's up? JP Thompson says for $10, I am blocked on X. Please help me. I need to know the handle. So what is your X handle for me to unblock? Trent, what's up?
Hey, Jay. I just had a question. You guys got me curious. Are you or Father Ananias familiar with the canonization process for Old Testament saints or the biblical fathers, and how that differs from the saints that were revealed after Pentecost and after the church was started?
I'm not.
Okay, I was just curious. No worries.
Is there a? Could you enlighten us on that?
Well, just, from my understanding, like the canonization of the saints would be people within the church, like miracles and relics are usually like
revealed to the community that starts the investigation for the canonization. So what's the process of the church for doing that for figures that have already been reposed for, you know, hundreds or thousands of years, like in comparison?
Good question. FTA?
Well, I mean, those can be. There was a Roman Catholic student that asked me the same question too, and we don't have these kind of algorithms. And it's got to pass this test, and then we've got to have a courtroom.
You mean there's not a council of Ghostbusters in Rome that tests it?
So those are certainly evidences, but I mean, it's about reception. Like, have the patriarchs of old been received as holy people? That's enough. Because those are just evidences for the church to receive. So if they've already been received as holy people and part of the life of the church, you don't need to look for extra evidences of like different things.
There's a person in the chat informing us that we or I am a complete loser. I was thinking my whole life that I was on the right course, and now that this random person has alerted me to my loser status, I've decided that actually my entire life course is beginning to change at this point right now. I'm going to cease everything that I've done up to this point. I'm going to retire from every relationship and public outlet I've ever been on, and I'm quitting everything because one comment said, "You are a loser." So but I want him to call in.
We can't be friends anymore either, Jed.
Yeah, we can't be friends.
Well, I appreciate that you guys are going with Brian Shapiro, because Brian Shapiro made it very clear that if you're connected to anyone who's done something morally horrendous at all, you are now morally horrendous.
Mama said I can't be friends with losers too.
I just want to know why. So if you would be so gracious as to explain to me why I'm a loser. I'm already quitting. I'm already leaving public service, my civil service here on the internet. I just need to know like what I did to attain loser status. Solomon, what's up? Go ahead.
Inform Father Deacon and myself so that we don't make the mistake of being friends with someone who's a loser in the future.
Thank you.
We didn't recognize in Jed.
Well, at least I could be an example to others to not be a loser. So, Solomon, we got Old Testament Saint Solomon here.
Yo, you know, I was thinking about you guys talking about the sin being green, so I think you need to do an esoteric breakdown of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles too.
Oh.
You know, I think there's definitely a gold mine in there. Maybe write Esoteric 4 just solely on that film, honestly.
Okay. Remind me, because I was a kid and I don't remember much about. My little brother was a huge Ninja Turtles fan. What's the green stuff? Is that what made them? Is that what made them turn into the Ninja Turtles from?
I think is that the? I haven't seen the movie in a minute since I saw.
Yeah, but it's that's what radiated them, right? It's radioactive ooze that turned them into. It is. Yeah, he's in the second one.
Oh, okay.
Ninja rap.
That's perfect for you.
Okay. Prince of Darkness. Okay. Green evil. Green liquid. So guys, you guys want to know what evil is? I'll solve the problem of evil for you. It's right here. It's this stuff. It's this green goo right here in this vat. John Carpenter told us already. Okay, and then let's come over here to Ninja Turtles. The ooze. Yes, it is right there. Look, same stuff, dude. It's the same stuff in. It's the ooze, dude. By the way,
I guess if you looked at a viscosity scale, you could go from syrup to ultimate evil, and then if you go beyond that, you get honey.
I like this. Yes. We needed the viscosity scale to tell us that the more viscous, the more evil, right? Also, if you've seen The Rock with Nick Cage and Sean Connery, the green balls, what does Nick Cage have? Look at that, dude. Pure concentrated evil right there. Look at that.
Oh, no. Wait, what about Robin Williams and Flubber?
Oh my gosh. It's all coming together. This will be a new schizo conspiracy on the internet.
We just made a bunch of people's lists.
Did you not hear me? That's the first thing I said. Jamie's like, what about John Carpenter and Green Goo? I'm like, Jamie. The first thing I said was Prince of Darkness and the Green Goo. Dude, Nick Cage was telling us right here that they were going to let loose pure concentrated evil. They were going to nuke San Francisco. Ed Harris was going to nuke San Francisco, and he saved us. So, all right. X Steel, what's up, man? By the way, get your copy of Esoteric Hollywood 3 in the shop, in the show description, Jay's analysis. You can also get my breakdown of what those green balls of death actually were used for in terms of propaganda. It will blow your mind because actually the story of the weapons of mass destruction, believe it or not, yes, I'm talking about Colin Powell. I'm talking about Donald Rumsfeld in the original story of the weapons of mass destruction. You heard me right, was actually lifted from the plot of The Rock, admitted by British intelligence. X Steel, you want to unmute?
Yeah, I just have a basic question. Under like a Platonist or a Christian worldview, does art have like an objective standing? So, for example, like if I said Casablanca is an objectively better movie than Shrek 3, would that be a true statement, or does art not really have an objective ranking? And
no, I think there are some basic standards for what is the good and the beautiful in terms of aesthetics. And this kind of goes back to classical pedagogy in the Middle Ages. Like there were actually pretty advanced aesthetic theories. Like you had to have beauty, symmetry, harmony, proportion. All of those things went into aesthetics, whether visual or whether, sound, whether music or whatever. So for example, pure dissonance could never be art, could never be music. So there are objective sort of basics. There's a lot of variation. Obviously, it's not like you can have some, and there's obviously taste play a role. You're gonna like some film better than I am. But a lot of people are arguing that Shrek is better than. No, I'm joking. Shrek's not better than Casablanca. Come on, you guys. But it is a little bit more difficult when you get into like some of that area. Like, how do you determine whether
you could move the standard. You could say good as in like, okay, this has better special effects or this
right.
is better story or whatever. But just like an objective overall like truth statement, you could say this movie is overall with all these different criteria.
Yeah, I think you can use the basic principles to get to some kind of standard for sure. It may not give you infallible certitude on some pieces of film or art versus others, but we would definitely not want to accept a lot of the modern theories of aesthetics, post-romanticist, post-enlightenment, post-modernity, right? Because they will basically just say that, art is emotivism, right? Like whatever is counter-establishment is somehow art, quote unquote. But why? So agitprop is now art because it's counter-establishment, even though it might just be, throwing poop. I mean, it gets so insane that like, if you're on worse grounds when you say that there's no objective aesthetics or beauty versus, the pure relativist stuff. But that's a great question. In fact, we actually get into aesthetic theories in my philosophy course. We only do we do one class on aesthetics, and Father Vladimir came and gave the talk for that one. Father Deacon Ananias does the guest talks on the Epistemology episode. But Ron Dadon, $5. Did you see Doug Wilson speaking via Pentagon about banning Mary and Eucharistic processions? Yeah, I mean, this is another example why you can't have Christian nationalism with a bunch of these cults and sects and goobers, because I mean, you're going to fundamentally have a immediate disagreement right there, right? How are you going to have Christian nationalism with a guy who's, going to try to enact Calvin and I mean, Calvinists Puritans, you have Sabbath laws. How are you going to have Sabbath laws in Christian nationalism if you're Orthodox with a bunch of weird sectarians? It just seems crazy to me. And I'm glad Doug Wilson actually said that, because now a whole bunch of people are going to go, oh, well, maybe we can't have Christian nationalism with you. Pathological Lifter, what's up, dude?
Hey, Jay. About a month or two back, you recommended Operation Gladio to me. And I since finished reading it, and I bought the bibliography with it, but I was wondering if you had a good follow-up to that book.
Sure. I mean, there's quite a few books that vibe with that really well. Daniel Ganser's, I'm going to have to mute you because it's a bad echo, but Daniel Ganser's book, NATO's Secret Armies, is actually a PhD thesis on Gladio. That one's good. Not specifically. I mean, there's other ones too. There's like 5 Gladio books, but I would say read the Wim Hof book. It's probably the best, because even though it's not about Gladio, it's like giving you a bigger picture of what's really going on with the Vatican. Or I mean, there's older books like the Ganser book is NATO's Secret Armies. I'm not a huge Sybil Edmonds. I'm not going to recommend Sybil, but I've not read Steve Chambers. But then there's another one called this one. I may do this one next. Richard Cottrell's book, NATO's Dagger at the Heart of Europe. That's another one. Those are kind of the main Gladio books. But there's also God's Banker, which is another kind of Gladio adjacent book. And when they were writing these back at the time, they didn't actually know what Gladio was yet. Like, they were stumbling onto things that were Gladio, but they didn't really know it yet. And there's another one by
Isn't it St. Peter's Banker?
No, I got the book pulled up right here. I'm talking about Rupert Cornwell's book, God's Banker. But there's another one that was written. I can't think of the name of it because I'm not at my library, but there's another one like this that was writing about Gladio before they knew it was called Gladio. So, but anyway, Steve, what's up, Steve? By the way, we will be doing a podcast with Anthony Westgate. You may be familiar with his profile on Twitter. We've done we did a podcast with Anthony on transhumanism. I think he has a Discord and he does book club. And we did transhumanism with him last year, and this year he and the book club are reading the Paul Williams Gladio text. So he and I are going to do a Gladio podcast. So always ready to go back to the Gladio stuff. Love talking about it. Steve, what's up?
Hello. So I'm a current catechumen at an OCA parish, and I have like a jurisdiction question about that.
Okay.
So I was informed that my priest doesn't baptize people. He only receives by chrismation, assuming that you are baptized Roman, because I was a baptized Roman Catholic. And now I went to Jordanville recently. I live near there, and they told me that they would baptize me. So would it be rude or disrespectful to my priest to go ahead and do that?
I would take it out with your spiritual father, which may or may not be your priest. And God providentially put you under him for a reason. So do not trouble your soul over this for too long. But if you, down the road, if this really grates at your conscience and you feel like you have to, then, again, talk to your spiritual father. Goddess, what's up? We're going to be calling it a night soon. We're 4 hours deep. I'm getting tired. Okay. Can't connect. Are you there?
Rangers movie has who's in it, by the way.
Who's? Who? John who?
The Power Rangers movie.
Oh, I've never even seen a Power Rangers episode. I don't know anything about the Power Rangers. You're saying they've got green goo, though. Wow. SP, what's up?
Unmute.
Hi, Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got a question regarding the morality. How do you derive what's good and bad and determine how to act? Because when I try to talk to the priest, he's just like, you shouldn't think about regarding ecumenism and other controversial topics. He's just basically saying you should be passive regarding those. But how do you how do you know?
Yeah, I would pick a different church if that's what they're saying. That sounds like bad advice. Are you chewing gum? Last guy, what's up? What's up? Are you chewing gum? Are you there?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's on your mind?
Hey, I actually was curious about what's your thoughts on comparisons between your Orthodox that you and Andrew talk about, and I'm Lutheran, but it's like Missouri Synod Lutheran style, where a lot of our theology is based on, you would say, the cross. So it's by grace you are saved through faith, not anything you can do with your works. But if you're looking at Orthodox, how would you compare the differences between that? Or maybe you don't know too much.
No, it's great. I mean, I do. I've read a lot of Luther. I considered Lutheranism at one point. I read like 6 of Luther's commentaries and works. So I appreciate the call. I would say that's a pretty involved question for the last call of the night. I would say check out some of the talks and videos that we've done critiquing Protestantism, critiquing justification by faith alone. That's obviously a huge pinnacle of Lutheranism. I've critiqued Dr. Jordan Cooper. If you want to look up those clips and videos, I've critiqued Sola Scriptura, so you can find those videos. One of the best debates on the Sola Scriptura issue is with me and Dr. Branson with Dale the Protestant. So look up J. Dyer versus Dale the Protestant. That one ends up being, I think, a really helpful talk. If you're more of a Lutheran, if you're more of a Calvinist, the debate with Pedro is a classic, I think, for that. Also, the debate or the discussion with the Redeemed Zoomer was a turning point for a lot of people. South Park Mexican says for $1, bring back that dandruff character. That was funny. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate if we can get to where we have a little more economic freedom in the future, I mean, I'll just be having fun, dude. I'll be doing all kinds of funny videos, but it takes a lot of time, and work to do a funny video, and then they don't make any money. So, that's a luxury for wealthy content creators. So, guys, thank you so much. Shout out to the Cotel Ray. We got a bunch of people from Cotel just now. I think we got all the callers today. We got massive, generous super chats from you guys. Really appreciate that. Remember, you can head over to choq.com, choq.com. If you go to the website, there's the link right there to Choq, and you get access to the male vitality stack there. You're not going to pay $122. You're going to pay half of that or more if you use the promo code J60Life. That's JY60LIV. That's 60% off all those products. You don't have to buy the stack. You can buy the products individually, like the Tomcat Elite. That boosts testosterone. You can buy the ashwagandha, the daily. It's all there at choq.com. And thank you guys for tuning in. A lot of fun. Everybody have a good night.